Chapter 1187. Dad, of course I won't give the #1 oil field and gold mine to Lucy. I'm not an idiot. Zhang, Hua quickly declared. Zhang Yunqing glared at his son and said, "You're not an idiot? You're almost an idiot. You lost in a gambling game in Lucy's villa. If you don't give the oil field and gold mine to her, I'll lose my face." Zhang Yunqing was now depressed to death. He would never admit to this bet, but it was inevitable that he would lose face. What's more, Zhang Yunqing and Lucy's father, Gui Yifan, were big business rivals. Gui Yifan would definitely take this opportunity to suppress him. Since Zhang Hua took the initiative to come back to discuss this matter with his father, he naturally already had his own plan. Dad, that's why I told you before. Madagascar's big boss, Nadigo, died 2 days ago. I heard he died in Lucy's villa. Gui Yifan and his men can't even protect themselves now. Why would they care about the oil field and gold mine? Zhang Yunqing was busy negotiating a big business deal and didn't pay attention to the outside world. Zhang Yunqing's expression changed. He stared at his son and asked, "Are you serious? Don't you fucking joke with me about this. If Nada's subordinates hear this, you'll be dead." Zhang Yunqing thought his son was trying to avoid responsibility. Zhang Hua's mouth twitched. No matter how brave he was, he wouldn't dare to joke about the death of the blood union's big boss. "Dad, is there a need for me to lie to you about this? You can just make a call and ask someone." Zhang Yunqing started to take this seriously because he realized his son didn't seem to be joking. Haha, good, even the heavens are helping me. Gui Yifan is competing with me for a diamond mine in Somalia. Let's see how he's going to compete with me now. I'm afraid he's been killed by the blood union. Zhang Yunqing was elated. Because of Nadigo's death, he didn't have to worry about the oil field and gold mine anymore. He even had one less competitor to bid for the new project. Zhang Yunqing and Zhang Hua, father and son, were still daydreaming. They thought that Gui Yifan, his daughter, and Qin Feng were all dead, but Qin Feng had been staying in the villa for the past few days. With the two great beauties, Lucy and Leah, accompanying him every day, Qin Feng was extremely happy. Early in the morning, when the three of them had just finished their meal and were playing in the open-air swimming pool, the Scorpion King hurried over. "Brother Qin, sisters-in-law, good morning." The last time the Scorpion King came to Lucy's villa, he had brought hundreds of brothers with him. This time, however, he was alone and didn't dare to carry a single weapon. The two girls shyly ran away from Qin Feng's embrace and went to the side to play. Qin Feng leaped lightly and instantly landed beside the Scorpion King. The Scorpion King was so scared that it almost knelt down. "Tell me, is there any news?" Qin Feng grabbed a dry towel and wiped his hair and arms. The Scorpion King said carefully, "I've contacted Ali. He said he'll come over this afternoon to talk to you face to face." Qin Feng was already lying on the bench, leisurely drinking fruit juice. The last time the Scorpion King left, Qin Feng arranged for him to contact the Firebird. He didn't expect that after only 3 days, the Firebird would make a move. "You did well. Tell me the details of your conversation with Ali, lest we get exposed," Qin Feng said indifferently. "I told him everything according to Brother Qin's wishes. He said that you're a big investor from China and that you want to do drug business. Moreover, you have more than 1 billion yuan to spare." The Scorpion King was very quick-witted. Just as he finished speaking, one of the villa's bodyguards suddenly ran in. "What's going on?" Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and asked the bodyguard. The bodyguard looked at Qin Feng and didn't say anything. Then he walked to the side of the pool and said to Lucy, "Sister Lucy." Lucy and Leah had just swum to the shore. Before the bodyguard could finish his sentence, Lucy walked to the side of the pool and slapped him. "Qin Feng asked you a question. Why did you ignore him? From now on, he's the male owner of this villa. Open your eyes wide." Lucy's heart was filled with anger. Ever since she had sex with Qin Feng that night, She completely obeyed Qin Feng. The bodyguard trembled in fear. He hurriedly turned around and apologized to Qin Feng. Young Master Qin, I'm sorry." Qin Feng waved his hand and interrupted the bodyguard. He didn't care about these things. Don't talk nonsense. Is someone here? Although Qin Feng was at the villa's open-air pool, he could feel an unfamiliar aura coming from outside the villa. This was the sharpness of a normal person's senses after stepping into the true Qi stage. Yes, young Master Qin, a man who calls himself Ali, is at the door with his 4 lackeys. Just as the bodyguard finished speaking, Qin Feng and the other 3's expressions changed. The Scorpion King trembled in fear and immediately knelt in front of Qin Feng. "Big brother Qin, I don't know what's going on. Li and I agreed to meet at 4 in the afternoon. I didn't think he would come now. I didn't lie to you." The Scorpion King broke out in a cold sweat. Qin Feng could tell that he wasn't lying. It seemed that Ali purposely changed the meeting time. This brat was quite vigilant. "Lucy, take Xiaoya to the villa and hide." Qin Feng quickly calmed down and started to arrange for everyone. "You go invite the guests outside in. Be more enthusiastic." Qin Feng ordered the bodyguard. The bodyguard, who originally looked down on Qin Feng, now nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice and ran away. Lucy took Xiaoya to hide in the villa. Leah was Hong Kong's senior inspector. If Ali saw Leah, he would probably recognize her because the Firebird was a big shot who escaped from Hong Kong. He was very familiar with Hong Kong. Just as the 2 women entered the villa, the bodyguard brought a group of people in. The man walking at the front wore a bright, white suit that was somewhat dazzling under the sunlight. He combed his hair like Shanghai's Brother Feng and was a Chinese. Behind the Chinese man were 4 black-clothed bodyguards, all of whom were dark-skinned locals. "Young Master Feng, he's here," the bodyguard said respectfully to Qin Feng. Because young Master Qin's name was too famous in China, Qin Feng had already told everyone to call him young Master Feng. "Search his lower body." Qin Feng lay on the bench as if he didn't care about Ali and the others. The Scorpion King stood nervously at the side. This was the Firebird's right-hand man, but Qin Feng actually ignored him. "Sir, please open your arms for a body search." The bodyguard was also nervous, but he was more afraid of Qin Feng. Li's gaze had already fallen on Qin Feng. His expression was somewhat cold, and he was obviously very dissatisfied with Qin Feng's attitude. "Scorpion King, this is the young Master Feng you introduced? How arrogant." Li didn't cooperate with the bodyguard's body search. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and glared at Qin Feng. The Scorpion King didn't dare to offend either side, so he hurriedly smiled apologetically. "Ha ha! Brother Li, this is young Master Feng's private villa. Anyone who enters must be searched. I'm also not armed, so I can only enter. I hope Brother Li can understand." Everyone spoke in English. Qin Feng leisurely drank his juice and didn't pay much attention to Ali. The dissatisfied Ali suddenly laughed. "Haha, a body search is a must. Our boss loves to work with vigilant people. Otherwise, he'll be tricked sooner or later." Li already opened his arms. He was testing Qin Feng to see if he was suitable for further cooperation. The bodyguard searched the 5 people. Li didn't have any weapons on him. The 4 bodyguards were temporarily detained after they found 4 pistols and 4 military knives. Brother Li. Without weapons, the 4 black-clothed bodyguards instantly felt insecure. They all looked at Ali. Ali waved his hand and said, "You guys just stand here. This is a friend that the Scorpion King introduced, so there's no problem." Ali already strode towards Qin Feng. He first went up and hugged the Scorpion King. "Brother Li, thank you for believing in me." The Scorpion King smiled as he patted Li's back. "What are you saying? We've worked together more than 10 times, so we're considered old friends. I heard that your big brother Nada died a few days ago. What's going on?" Ali suddenly asked. The Scorpion King was shocked when he heard about Nada, but he quickly laughed and said, "Ha ha! Brother Li, you and I both know about this, so I don't have to explain it so clearly, right? On this island of Madagascar, besides me, who else do you think would do this?" Nada spoke in code, but Ali understood. He patted the Scorpion King's shoulder and said with a smile, "Brat, you've got guts. Killing the boss to usurp the throne? I'm not as ruthless and ambitious as you." "Haha, let's not talk about this. I'm actually quite guilty, but we're all in this business, so we often have no choice. Brotherly, you should understand." I understand. Oh, right. Why don't you introduce us to each other?" Li chatted with the Scorpion King for a long time, but he had already changed the topic to Qin Feng. The Scorpion King hurriedly said, "Brotherly, this is young Master Feng, a wealthy businessman from China." "Young Master Feng. This is the brother Li I've been talking about. He has a lot of goods, and as long as young Master Feng can pay the price, brother Li can provide the goods." After the Scorpion King introduced each other, Ali took the initiative to ask, "Young Master Feng, how much goods do you want to buy this time?" Qin Feng had already gotten up from the recliner. He looked at Ali and said, "I still don't know the quality of your goods. Buy a small amount for the first batch. Give me 50 million, and if the goods are good, I'll immediately add 1 billion worth of goods." Although the Firebird had been doing business for more than 10 years, it was rare for a big customer to buy 1 billion worth of goods at once. Li was a little excited, but he maintained a calm expression on his face. "You can ask anyone in South Africa. Our boss, the Firebird, has the best goods. You don't have to worry about the quality. But you're buying 1 billion worth of goods at once. Can you sell them?" Chapter 1188. Haha, you guys are so nosy. You even care about where I sell my goods? You guys don't want to make money, right? That's fine. There are many people in South Africa who have goods. I'll just find a few more. Qin Feng suddenly laughed. The Scorpion King and Ali were shocked. The Scorpion King knew Qin Feng wanted to fish out the Firebird behind Ali, but he didn't expect Qin Feng to be so indifferent. Ali panicked. This was a billion-dollar order. If he messed it up, it would be hard to explain. "I'm not being nosy. After all, the quantity of goods is too big. I have to ensure young Master Feng's safety, right? If you get caught, then our boss will also be affected." Li said honestly, "I know what you mean. Your boss suspects me, and I'm actually wary of you. It's such a big order. If you go back on your word or mix in defective goods, then I'll lose a lot." Of course, Qin Feng wanted to fish out the Firebird. He knew that when dealing with people like the Firebird, the more you beg them, the less they would take you seriously. Now that Qin Feng was doing the opposite. He had clearly captured Li's heart. "If young Master Feng doesn't have confidence in us, you can ask your friend, the Scorpion King. Our boss has worked with him for many years, and they have a very reliable relationship." Li looked at the Scorpion King and used his eyes to seek his help. "Don't worry, young Master Feng. I can guarantee that Brother Li and Brother Firebird have a good relationship. Their goods won't be wrong." The Scorpion King and Qin Feng echoed each other. Their acting was very realistic. Qin Feng pretended to be deep in thought. Then he said, "All right, I can transfer 50 million to you first. Then you can send me a batch of goods. I'll make a decision after I see the quality of the goods." Ali suppressed his excitement and said calmly, "Okay, I'll say it again. Our boss has the best goods in all of South Africa." Seeing that the deal was done, Qin Feng felt that Ali's wariness towards him had decreased a lot, so he continued, "If there are no problems with this batch of goods, then I'll add 1 billion to buy another batch of goods. You can prepare the goods in advance." "Haha. Okay, I'll go back and tell the boss about this. As long as young Master Feng gets the money, you don't have to worry about the goods." Ali was already overjoyed and felt a bit elated. Qin Feng suddenly changed the topic and said, "However, I want your boss to personally show up for the next transaction. After all, $1 billion of goods isn't a small amount, so I have to think about it for myself. Li's expression changed. He looked at Qin Feng cautiously. Young Master Feng, our boss doesn't normally see people. I'll trade with you for the next batch of goods. I can guarantee the quality and safety of the goods, so why bother our boss? Qin Feng and the Scorpion King's heart sank. They didn't expect Li to reject the request so firmly. However, Qin Feng quickly calmed down. He pretended to be indifferent and said, I have to trade with my boss for the 1 billion worth of goods. If your boss isn't willing to do it, then I'll find someone else to trade with. I can't bear this risk alone. Qin Feng's attitude was even more resolute than Li's. Neither side backed down, and the atmosphere instantly became deadlocked. After a whole 5 minutes, no one spoke. Qin Feng suddenly said, Since Big Brother Ali isn't sincere in doing business, then please leave. The Scorpion King started to feel nervous, but Ali stood to the side and didn't leave. Big Brother Ali, I can guarantee that young Master Feng won't have any problems. It's such a big transaction. It's just that I don't have the goods on hand. Otherwise, I would have worked with young Master Feng a long time ago. Big Brother Ali, you have to think carefully. I'm only introducing young Master Feng to you because we've worked together for so many years. The Scorpion King immediately stood up to speak for Qin Feng. Li's expression changed slightly. He was clearly a bit tempted. After all, this was a $1 billion transaction. I can't make this decision. I'll go back and discuss it with my boss. You guys wait for my news. Li hesitated for a while, but he didn't agree on the spot. He turned and left. Just as he reached the door of the villa, Qin Feng's voice came. I don't have much patience. I'll only give you 3 days. If you don't reply in 3 days, I'll find someone else. Ali and his 4 bodyguards had been gone for a while. The Scorpion King sat on the ground. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. Those were the Firebird's capable subordinates. Before the Scorpion King met Qin Feng, he never thought that one day he would be deceiving the Firebird's people. Look at your cowardice. I wonder how you became the boss of Madagascar. Qin Feng laughed as he looked at the Scorpion King who was about to collapse. The Scorpion King was mocked, but he didn't lose his temper. He had seen Qin Feng's strength, and he admitted that he was not even 1/10 of Qin Feng's strength. Darling, how did it go? Qin Feng, you didn't expose yourself, did you? Leah and Lucy ran over. The 2 girls were dressed in bikinis these days. They were sexy and charming. However, the Scorpion King kept his head down and didn't dare to look at them. That brat is too vigilant. He said he wanted to go back and discuss with the Firebird. It seems like the Firebird is even more cunning. We can't rush to catch him, Qin Feng said while shaking his head. Lucy felt relieved when she saw that Qin Feng was fine. Leah, on the other hand, was frowning. She knew that Qin Feng had a mission in South Africa, so she didn't want to waste too much of his time. Darling, then you go and do your own things. I'll go catch the Firebird by myself. Leah lied in Qin Feng's embrace and whispered. Qin Feng's large hands caressed Leah's body without restraint, and he said softly, No, the Firebird is more powerful than you think. You definitely won't be able to capture him by yourself. I'll help you capture the Firebird. Then go find the Golden Assassin crew. How could Qin Feng let Leah do the mission by herself? Leah didn't say anything more because she knew that Qin Feng wouldn't change his mind once he decided on something. Li's arrival gave Qin Feng and Leo a glimmer of hope. Now, all they had to do was waste time and wait for Li's news. The Scorpion King had already left. Qin Feng and the 2 girls continued to play. Then Lucy's phone rang. You guys play first. I'm going to take this call. Lucy swam ashore and spoke on the phone for a while. When she came back, her expression had clearly changed. Xiao Ya, Qin Feng, something happened at home. You guys stay in this villa. I'm going to Somalia, and we'll be back in 2 days. Lucy seemed to be in a hurry. She said goodbye and ran away in a hurry. Chin Fong and Leah also came ashore. They wanted to ask Lucy what happened, but they realized that Lucy had already changed her clothes and left in a car. Madagascar, Mauritius, and Somalia were adjacent to each other. Because the 3 islands were rich in resources, Gui Yifun's main bases were all nearby. Lucy had already taken a cruise to Somalia. In a villa, her father, Gui Yifun, was anxiously pacing back and forth. "Dad, is there a problem with the diamond you bought?" Lucy went straight to the point as soon as she entered the house. Gui Yifun was dressed in a black suit. He was tall and burly, had a dignified gaze, and exuded the aura of a big boss. "Lucy, you're here. Take a seat first. It's a long story." Gui Yifun pulled his daughter to sit on the sofa in the living room. Lucy could not sit still and asked, "Dad, what's going on? Aren't you determined to get that diamond mine? Did you not buy it?" Gui Yifun's expression was solemn. He sighed and said, "I bought it. I spent all my assets to buy it." Lucy knew the diamond mine very well. It was a newly discovered diamond mine on Somalia. It was said that this diamond mine could be developed for 50 years and was priceless. Back then, Gui Yifun had said that he would buy this diamond mine no matter how much money he had to spend. It did not matter even if he had to give up all of his assets. Now that Gui Yifun had really bought it, he had a troubled look on his face. "Dad, it's a good thing that you bought it. It's a diamond mine. After developing it for 3 years, you can earn back all the money you invested. It's not a bad deal." Lucy had been in South Africa with her father for so many years. She was also very knowledgeable about investment. She could not understand her father's thoughts. Gui Yifun let out another long sigh and said, "Of course I can make money if I can develop it, but now there's a problem with the diamond mine. The local forces don't recognize the land contract I bought. The Somali pirates over there have informed me to evacuate my men and engineering team as soon as possible. Otherwise, they'll open fire on me." Gui Yifun frowned. This was a famous overseas business tycoon in South Africa, but now it was decadent. Lucy was also shocked by the news. She had been in South Africa for a long time and knew the situation here very well. If you wanted to do business here, you must have a strong backing. The backing of Lucy's family was the Blood Alliance, but the Blood Alliance was a force on Madagascar. Now that the Somali pirates were looking for trouble, Lucy's family could do nothing. How could this be? We can ask the local Somali government to step in. We bought the land legally. Lucy quickly came up with a plan. Gui Yifun shook his head and sighed. "It's useless. You know that there are constant battles in this area. The Somali pirates are very powerful. If we really ask the government to step in, the pirates will definitely hate us. At that time, let alone the diamond mine, we won't be able to stay in South Africa." What Gui Yifun said was the truth. Lucy was immediately at a loss. "That's not right. The Somali pirates have never robbed land for minerals before. Why are they suddenly going against us this time?" Lucy was a little puzzled. Chapter 1189. Gui Yifun had invested all his assets into the diamond mine on Somali Island. He thought he could make a fortune with it, but he didn't expect all his money to go to waste. Lucy stayed on Somali Island for 2 days. During these 2 days, she and her father were very busy. The Somali pirate suppression became more and more severe. They forced Gui Yifun to evacuate all the workers and engineers around the diamond mine. Those who refused to leave were killed by the pirates. In the villa on Somali Island, Lucy and Gui Yifun sat on the living room sofa. It was only 2 days, but it felt like 20 years to them. Lucy frowned, and Gui Yifun looked like he had aged more than 10 years. He no longer had the imposing manner of an overseas tyrant. "Dad, the diamond mine on this island has been completely seized by the Somali pirates. There's no way for us to get it back. Let's just treat it as a small loss. Let's go back to Madagascar now. There's still a gold mine and an oil field there. We can start over." Lucy was sad, but she still had to comfort her father. Guo Yifan sighed and said, "Lucy, I've sold all my assets to buy that diamond mine. Even the gold mine and oil field in Madagascar are gone. Lucy, I'm sorry. I wanted to earn more money for your dowry, but now I have nothing. Daughter, you won't blame me, right?" Guo Yifan leaned on the sofa weakly. His eyes were blank, and his face was filled with despair. He knew he was done for. Zhang Yunqing had pushed him into a pit of fire. Lucy didn't expect the situation to be so serious. Dad sold all his assets? Dad, don't worry. We'll go back to Madagascar now. I won the #1 oil field and gold mine from Zhang Hua's family. We'll develop in Madagascar from now on. Lucy suddenly remembered the 2 properties that Qin Feng won from gambling. Moreover, Qin Feng had subdued the blood alliance in Madagascar. Lucy believed that as long as they returned to Madagascar, everything would be fine. Lucy missed Qin Feng very much, even though she had only been on Somali Island for 2 days. She knew that no one would dare to bully her as long as she was with Qin Feng. "Ah, girl, what did you say? You won Zhang Hua's #1 oil field and gold mine?" The dispirited Guo Yifan suddenly sat up straight, as if he had suddenly come back to life. "Yes, Dad. A few days ago, 2 Chinese friends came to my house, and I held a party to welcome them. Then Zhang Hua came, and he gambled with one of my friends in public." Lucy told him the details of what happened at that time. The light in Guo Yifan's eyes grew brighter. If it was just Lucy and Zhang Hua gambling alone, it definitely wouldn't count. But this time, there were so many rich young masters and heiresses watching. How could Zhang Hua not admit it? Damn Zhang Yunqing. He lost our #1 oil field and gold mine, but he didn't give them back. This time, he even secretly cheated me. I'll call him now and ask him if he still has any shame. Guo Yifan was furious. He took out his phone and was about to make a call when a large group of people rushed in. "Who are you people? This is a private villa. It's illegal for you to break in the middle of the night." Guo Yifan and Lucy were shocked. There were more than 10 men in black leather jackets with guns at their waists. They had long hair and beards, and they looked like Somali pirates. "Haha, Guo Yifan, didn't you want to call me? I'm here now. If you have anything to say, just say it to me face to face." Behind the row of Somali pirates, another 2 people walked in. They were Zhang Hua and Zhang Yunqing. Seeing the 2 of them, Guo Yifan understood everything. He had always guessed that Zhang Yunqing had colluded with the pirates to frame him for the diamond mine incident. Now that both sides were on the same side, it was obvious that it was true. "Zhang Yunqing, you are worse than a beast. How dare you break into my villa at night? I'll call the police to arrest you." The moment Guo Yifan saw Zhang Yunqing, he lost his mind. Zhang Yunqing smiled at Guo Yifan and said, "Go ahead and call the police. No one is stopping you. I'm afraid you'll be killed before the police arrive." Guo Yifan, who was about to make a call, suddenly hung up. He finally realized the current situation. Zhang Yunqing was here to kill him. What do you want? The diamond mine has already been taken by you. What else do you want?" Guo Yifan was nervous and afraid, but he still stood in front of his daughter. He put his hands behind his back and gestured to Lucy to find a chance to escape. Zhang Yunqing had already sat down on the sofa. He leisurely poured a glass of red wine and drank it. "Guo Yifan, you and I went into business together. We fought openly and secretly for more than 10 years. Now you have nothing. What else can I do?" Guo Yifan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was sure that Zhang Yunqing was here to kill him. Guo Yifan no longer cared about his own life. He was very worried about his daughter's safety. Zhang Yunqing, who said, "My dad has nothing. Your family lost the #1 gold mine and the #1 oil field to me." Lucy suddenly stood up and stared at Zhang Yunqing with a determined expression. Guo Yifan was almost scared to death. He quickly pulled Lucy behind him and scolded, "Lucy, shut up. You have no right to speak here. Lucy pouted unhappily, but she didn't say anything. Zhang Yunqing laughed, unscrupulously. Haha, you mean the #1 oil field and gold mine that Zhang Hua lost to your friend. Fine, call your friend here. I'll give him the oil field and the gold mine immediately. Zhang Yunqing was talking about Qin Feng. He heard from his son that Madagascar's tycoon, Nadago, died in Lucy's villa. He thought Qin Feng was dead. You lost, so you lost. Why did you have to call my friend over? A lot of people saw this at that time. Are you trying to act shamelessly? Lucy got angry and confronted Zhang Yunqing again. This was Somalia, and Lucy's family had no one to rely on. She didn't want Qin Feng to come here. She was afraid that Qin Feng would be in danger. Zhang Yunqing and Zhang Hua laughed arrogantly. They thought Qin Feng was dead. Of course, Lucy couldn't call Qin Feng to come here. Lucy, I lost to Qin Feng in cards, not you. If you want to give him the oil field and gold mine, then give it to him. Either you call him here, or don't talk nonsense here. Zhang Hua looked at Lucy with a smile, his eyes unscrupulously staring at Lucy's figure. Lucy was furious, but she couldn't do anything. At this time, Gui Yifan pushed Lucy and shouted, Girl, run. Ah? Dad, let's go together. Lucy was pushed to the stairs, but she didn't want to run away by herself. She dragged her dad along. Zhang Yunqing had already reacted and hurriedly shouted at the pirates. Quickly capture them. Don't let them escape. Zhang Hua quickly added, Catch them alive. Don't kill that girl, I still want to fuck her. Dozens of pirates rushed over. Gui Yifan and Lucy were scared out of their wits. Girl, leave now. If you don't leave, we will all die. If you run away, they won't dare to kill me for the time being. Gui Yifan was a big shot, so he calmed down at this critical moment. His words woke Lucy up. Although she was very reluctant, she wiped away her tears and ran upstairs. Zhang Yunqing, you son of a bitch, I will make you regret this. Gui Yifan stood unwaveringly at the staircase like a mountain. Facing the oncoming pirates, he did not give way at all, and even scolded Zhang Yunqing. Put your hands on your head and squat on the ground, or I will shoot you. The pirates pointed their guns at Gui Yifan. Gui Yifan would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. But in order to buy more time for his daughter to escape, he held on tightly to the handrails on both sides of the stairs, refusing to budge. Fusi! Die! Bang! The leading pirate ran out of patience and kicked Gui Yifan in the chest. The huge force directly knocked Gui Yifan over. You guys go and catch that woman. You guys tie this idiot up and take him back. As soon as Lucy ran to the 3rd floor, she heard hurried footsteps coming from downstairs. She quickly rushed into her father's bedroom, locked the door, and went under the bed. As an overseas tycoon, Gui Yifan was very careful. He had dug underground passages in his 3 villas in South Africa for escape. Lucy had already pulled open the floor under the bed. There was a deep tunnel under it. Lucy looked at the door, her beautiful eyes sparkling with tears. Dad, you must wait for your daughter to come back. Half an hour later, the pirates turned the villa upside down, but they couldn't find Lucy's whereabouts. Everyone gathered in the living room on the 1st floor. Zhang Yunqing and his son had a straight face, but Gui Yifan smiled comfortably. He knew that his daughter had escaped. Fuck! I can't believe we let a woman escape. Hurry up and look for her outside. She must have escaped from this villa. Zhang Yunqing was furious. At this time, a pirate ran down the stairs. Mr. Zhang, I found something. Zhang Yunqing and Zhang Hua quickly went upstairs. Gui Yifan was tied up and thrown in a corner. He began to feel nervous again. Did the girl escape? This is a tunnel. Fuck! That woman must have escaped through this tunnel. You guys jump down and take a look. Zhang Yunqing was brought to the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. The room had long been turned upside down. The bed was torn into several pieces, and the tunnel under the bed was revealed. Mr. Zhang, that woman disappeared for half an hour. I'm afraid she has escaped through the tunnel. It's probably too late to chase after her now. The tunnel was dark, cold, and smelly. The pirates obviously didn't want to go down. Zhang Yunqing was furious, but he did not dare to force these people into the tunnel. They were all from the Somali pirate crew. Zhang Yunqing had recently joined forces with the Somali pirate king to do a big business. That was how he managed to build a connection with the pirate king. He did not want to provoke the pirate king so easily. For the fastest and error-free reading, please bookmark this site for the latest. Chapter 1190. In the dead of night, in a villa in Madagascar, a woman suddenly barged in. Who are you? This is a private villa. Hurry up and leave. The bodyguards outside immediately stopped the woman. You bunch of good-for-nothings. You don't even recognize me. Lucy had just escaped death on the Somali island, so she roared out the anger in her heart. The group of bodyguards were all dumbfounded. Everyone looked at the woman in front of them. She was covered in dirt, her hair was messy, and her body smelled bad. Sister Lucy, is it really you? One of the bodyguards mustered up his courage and asked. Lucy slapped him. Who else could it be? Let me in. Although Lucy was in a sorry state, her aura did not change, scaring the group of bodyguards into immediately giving way. You are Sister Lucy? Leah and Qin Feng were eating dinner in the villa. When they saw the woman who came in, Leah covered her mouth in shock. Qin Feng looked at the person and immediately recognized that it was Lucy. A few days ago, Lucy was tall, sexy, and had an outstanding temperament. Her every movement was like a rich young lady, but now she was like a completely different person. Lucy, what's going on? Qin Feng leaped lightly and arrived beside Lucy and hugged her. Lucy was shocked and immediately began to struggle. Don't hug me. Woo! I'm smelly and dirty right now. I don't want to see you. Lucy suddenly burst into tears. She had just escaped from the Somali island, and now she was in a sorry state. Lucy did not want Qin Feng to see her in such an ugly state. She was afraid that Qin Feng would not want her in the future. Qin Feng hugged Lucy tightly and helped her smooth her hair. He said softly, Don't worry, since I've accepted the best of you, I'll also accept the worst of you. This is all because of you. Quickly tell me what happened. Qin Feng's words moved Lucy to tears. She finally understood why Xiaoya was so infatuated with Qin Feng and didn't even care that there were other women by Qin Feng's side. Lucy suddenly stopped struggling. Instead, she hugged Qin Feng tightly and lay in his arms. The anxiety and panic in her heart instantly calmed down, and it was as if the world had stopped. Sister Lucy, are you in trouble? Quickly tell Qin Feng. He will definitely help you solve it. Leah had already run over. Seeing Lucy's current appearance, Leah's heart ached. After hugging Qin Feng for a while, Lucy finally calmed down. Then she began to tell Qin Feng everything that happened tonight. Zhang Hua and his son? Those two bastards are simply too bad. Big Sister Lucy, don't worry, I'll stand up for you. After Leah heard this, her anger overflowed to the heavens, and Qin Feng's face darkened. Your father was captured by Zhang Hua and the others, right? Qin Feng asked. I don't know. In order to buy time for me, my dad has been guarding the stairs and refused to leave. He's probably been caught. Sob. Qin Feng, they won't kill my father, right? At the mention of her father, Lucy became worried again. Qin Feng patted her back and comforted her. Don't worry. Since you've escaped, they won't dare to kill your father. Otherwise, what if you call the police to arrest them? Qin Feng is right. Those people will lock your father up and use him to force you to go back. Before that, Uncle's life will definitely not be in danger. Li analyzed with her many years of experience as a police officer. Guo Yifan would not be in danger for the time being, so everyone's hearts calmed down a little. After knowing the truth, Qin Feng was already furious. He had a relationship with Lucy, so he treated this girl as his own woman. How could he allow others to bully Lucy? Darling, how do you plan to deal with this matter? Leah understood Qin Feng very well and knew that Qin Feng was going to retaliate. Lucy, go take a shower first. Don't worry about this matter. I will definitely help you seek justice. Qin Feng patted Lucy's back, and Lucy obediently went upstairs. Just as Lucy left, Qin Feng's expression turned cold. He took out his phone and called the Scorpion King. After the call connected, Qin Feng only said one sentence. I'll give you 10 minutes to come to the villa. Qin Feng's words were like an imperial edict. After the Scorpion King received the call, he hurriedly drove over. When he stood in front of Qin Feng, it took exactly 10 minutes. Be big, brother Qin. Why are you looking for me in the middle of the night? The Scorpion King was so tired that he was panting. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Qin Feng sat on the sofa with a cold expression. The moment he opened his mouth, he scared the Scorpion King half to death. Gather the brothers of the Blood Alliance and attack the Somali pirates with me tonight. The Scorpion King had just woken up from his sleep and rushed over. He thought he was still dreaming. Huh, big brother Qin, did I hear wrong? Attack the Somali pirates now? Those people have a lot of power, and each one is more ruthless than the other. They are not to be trifled with. Qin Feng glanced at the Scorpion King and said angrily, You're afraid of the Firebird and the Somali pirates? Are you a hooligan or not? You might as well die now, then you won't have to be afraid anymore. As Qin Feng spoke, a resplendent flame suddenly rose from his palm, scaring the Scorpion King so much that he fell on his butt. Big brother Qin, I am not afraid. Don't burn me. I'll gather all the members of the Blood Alliance and help you attack the Somali pirates now. The Scorpion King was really scared. Qin Feng's magical fire-making skill was so cool and powerful. Was this the legendary warlock of China? Seeing the Scorpion King's terrified expression, Qin Feng waved his hand and the destructive fire disappeared. Give me a plan of attack. Qin Feng had always been a rational person. Even if he was furious, he still had to discuss a beneficial plan before he could carry it out. The Scorpion King hurriedly said, Big brother Qin, the Somali pirates are good at sea. Their armed forces are all on the sea. They have 3 large cruise ships and more than 10 warships. Even the government doesn't dare to offend these pirates. If we attack them, I'm afraid we'll be at a disadvantage. Qin Feng wasn't proficient in naval battles. He had always fought on land and in the air. However, at this moment, Little Pig's voice sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Master, I sense the black tortoise. It's near the Indian Ocean. At the mention of the black tortoise, Qin Feng was instantly confident. As long as he could find this giant of the sea, the Somali pirates would not be able to withstand a single blow. Lucy's father is trapped on the Somali island by Zhang Hua and the others. There's a diamond mine on the island. Bring the Blood Alliance to the island to rescue Gui Yifan and take back the diamond mine. Is there a problem? Qin Feng had already assigned the Scorpion King a mission. The Scorpion King's body was still trembling. With a depressed expression, he said, Big brother Qin, I won't hide it from you. It's not difficult to occupy the Somali island because the main forces of the Somali pirates are at sea. There aren't many people guarding the island. The difficult part is how to go ashore. With the pirates there, all the approaching ships will be intercepted and inspected by them. I'm afraid the Blood Alliance won't even be able to get to the Somali island. The Scorpion King was speaking the truth. The Somali pirates had dominated the Somali island for a long time. Even the government couldn't do anything to them. The Blood Alliance's forces were on par with the pirates. However, if they went to someone else's territory, they would not be able to withstand a single blow. Qin Feng, I know about the Somali pirates. Just like what the Scorpion King said, they are very powerful at sea. They are easy to defend and hard to attack. Leah frowned. She was not optimistic about the plan to attack the Somali pirates. The Scorpion King looked at Leah as if he had seen his savior. After a short moment of happiness, Qin Feng said in an unquestionable tone, The plan to attack the Somali pirates has been set. No one can change it, but leave the battle on the sea to me. Leah, you and the Scorpion King will bring the Blood Alliance ashore and control the forces on the island. Qin Feng's words hit the table. No one could change it. The Scorpion King looked distressed. He could imagine the scene of the Blood Alliance being annihilated in the sea tonight. Leah was also worried. However, she knew Qin Feng too well. Once Qin Feng had decided on something, she couldn't change his mind. Leah didn't try to persuade him anymore. After the three of them discussed the plan, Lucy walked down the stairs after her bath. She had changed into a set of red silk pajamas. Her fair and long legs were exposed to the air. Her face was exquisite and flawless. She had regained her original beauty and elegance. The Scorpion King lowered his head and didn't dare to look around. Lucy had already taken the initiative to hold Qin Feng's arm and leaned into his embrace. Qin Feng, you called the Scorpion King here? Are you discussing a plan to save my father? Lucy understood the situation immediately. Qin Feng caressed Lucy's jade back and said, "Don't worry about this. You've been exhausted recently. Hurry up and go to sleep. When you wake up, your father and your family's business will be back." What Qin Feng said was the truth. However, Lucy found it hard to believe. If Qin Feng could save her father, it might be possible. However, Gui Yifan's property was stolen by Zhang Hua. Lucy didn't believe that Qin Feng could get it back, especially that diamond mine. It was taken by the Somali pirates. Even the Blood Alliance couldn't do anything to them. What could Qin Feng do? Then I'll go up first. I won't lock the door. Come at night if you want. Lucy hadn't slept well for 3 days and 3 nights. She was really exhausted. She kissed Qin Feng and went upstairs. She didn't know Qin Feng's plan. Otherwise, she would have stopped him. All right, let's move out. I'll go first. Wait for my news at the Somali coast in half an hour before you attack. Qin Feng strode out of the villa. Leah and the Scorpion King looked at each other helplessly. It was late at night. It was pitch black outside, but Qin Feng's eyes were not affected at all. He wore night vision goggles and floated in the air like a ghost. The pink light flickered, and Qin Feng disappeared hundreds of meters in the span of a breath. Master, we're almost there. The signal from the black tortoise is getting stronger. Little Pig's excited voice sounded in Qin Feng's mind. The sense of familiarity in Qin Feng's heart grew stronger. He followed this feeling and flew on his flying sword for another 5 minutes. He had arrived at a sea in the southwest of the Indian Ocean. Roar! Suddenly, a strong wind blew on the calm sea. An ancient beast's roar came from the bottom of the sea. Thousands of waves were stirred up on the surface of the sea. Finally, a giant whirlpool appeared. It was as if a giant beast was slowly floating up from the bottom of the sea for the fastest and error-free reading. Please bookmark this site for the latest reading. Chapter 1191. Qin Feng was stunned by the huge change in the waves. Qin Feng hadn't seen Black Turtle in a while. What did this guy look like now? Roar, roar. The roars exploded on the surface of the sea like thunder. The whirlpool became bigger and bigger, and the surrounding sea looked like a hurricane. Luckily, there were no ships passing by. Otherwise, they would be torn to pieces if they fell into this hurricane. Qin Feng stood on his flying sword and hovered in the air. True qi surged all over his body and barely protected his body from the attack of the sea wind. A giant turtle's shell was the first to emerge from the sea. The turtle's shell was as big as a ship. It was like a new island revealed after the tide receded. Whoosh! The waves rose violently. A red silhouette emerged from the sea like a dragon. It was extremely fast and rushed in front of Qin Feng in an instant. Qin Feng still remembered that when he first formed Black Turtle, the many-banded kite was only as thick as a thumb. Now, it was like a flood dragon entering the sea. When it rushed out, its body was dozens of meters long. It opened its bloody mouth as if it could swallow a living person. Damn, this guy isn't going to eat me, right? Qin Feng froze in the air. How long had it been? Black Turtle doubled in size again. Why would Black Turtle eat Master? It's too excited to see Master. Little Pig said calmly. The many-banded Krite's bloody mouth was already next to Qin Feng's face, but it didn't eat Qin Feng's head. It also didn't lick Qin Feng's face with its blood-red tongue because the many-banded Krite's mouth carried venom. If it licked Qin Feng, he would immediately be corroded into mist and dissipate. Black Turtle, are you okay? Qin Feng reached out and touched the many-banded Krite's head. The many-banded Krite happily swung around on the surface of the sea. Whoosh! A red light flashed, and the many-banded Krite placed Qin Feng on its head. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng was placed on Black Turtle's back. Black Turtle was roaring wildly on the surface of the sea. Every roar was intimidating, as if it was the overlord of the sea. Black Turtle, you've become so big. How many aquatic creatures have you harmed? Qin Feng touched the turtle's shell and began to feel guilty for the fish and prawns that were eaten. It was Qin Feng who formed this giant water monster and released it into the sea. Roar! Roar! Black Tortoise kept howling excitedly, and Little Pig translated. Master, Black Tortoise says he's eating less now because he started losing weight due to his sudden weight gain. He only eats the amount of whale meat in one meal. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, if the Black Turtle stayed in the sea for a year and a half, would there be any other living creatures in the sea? Qin Feng was happy to see the Black Tortoise again. He had made those battle pets with his own hands, and they were as close to him as his own children. After chatting for a while, Qin Feng thought of proper business. He looked at the time and saw that it was about time. He patted Black Tortoise's shell and said, Little fellow, head towards the Somali Islands. Master will take you to war. The Black Tortoise was very bored in the sea every day, and it did not meet any strong opponents. Now that its master had asked it to help fight the enemy, the Black Tortoise was extremely excited. It immediately set off towards Somalia Island with full firepower. Everywhere it passed, it stirred up 1,000 layers of waves. In the waters of Somalia, Leah and Scorpion King had already rushed over with their men. If they wanted to land on Somalia Island, they had to pass through the vast Somali waters in front of them. There were Somali pirates guarding this area 24 hours a day. More than 10 battleships were scattered around the area. Leah stood at the bow of the main battleship and used her binoculars to observe the situation on the opposite side. Thousands of meters away were filled with battleships. Just the formation alone was enough to scare people. Sister-in-law Leah, what should we do now? Why isn't Big Brother Qin here yet? If this goes on, we'll all be annihilated. Scorpion King stood beside Leah and was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. The Somali pirates had already discovered the 5 battleships on the yes side and issued 2 warnings. According to the rules of the sea, as long as the ships did not retreat after 3 warnings, the pirates would immediately start fighting. This was Leah's first time participating in a sea battle. Her brows were already knitted together. She had been waiting for Qin Feng to appear. Before Qin Feng arrived, Leah would definitely not retreat. Wouldn't that ruin Qin Feng's plan? Listen up, the ship's on the other side. This is the last warning. I'll give you 5 more minutes. If you don't retreat, we'll immediately launch an attack on you. The pirate ship on the other side sent out another warning. The Scorpion King was so scared that he almost knelt down. The other side was a pirate group that fought on the sea all year round, and basically no one on his side had fought on the sea before. Furthermore, the Scorpion King's equipment on the sea was not complete. However, compared to the 3 large cruise ships and the dozen or so elite warships, they were completely unable to withstand a single blow. Sister-in-law, why don't we retreat first? Big Brother Qin might have been delayed by something. If we stay here any longer, we might really die. Scorpion King began to persuade Leo again. Leah looked calm on the surface, but she was actually extremely anxious in her heart. The Scorpion King continued to grumble endlessly, immediately angering Leah. You shut up. If Qin Feng doesn't come, I won't retreat. Also, you're not allowed to curse Qin Feng. If there's a next time, I'll kill you first. Li Ye was a martial artist who had been cleansed by Qin Feng, although she had only broken through to stage 3 inner qi. Killing a normal person like the Scorpion King was still a piece of cake. The Scorpion King was somewhat angry, but when he recalled Qin Feng's miraculous methods, he still had some misgivings. He could only retreat to the side and sulk. Time passed second by second. Seeing that the last 5 minutes were up, the pirate group on the other side did not even send out a warning. 8 of the warships sounded the horn and directly drove towards them. It's over, it's over. Those lunatics are attacking us. Sister-in-law, let's retreat quickly. It doesn't matter if you and I die, but my brothers have been through life and death with me for more than 10 years. I can't let them die for nothing, right? The Scorpion King could not hold it anymore. He ran up and spun the roulette, changing the direction of the ship and retreating. Leah was instantly enraged. With a slap, she sent the Scorpion King flying onto the deck. I said, we can't leave, so we can't leave. If we leave, wouldn't Qin Feng be courting death by coming here alone? The Scorpion King had his concerns, and Leah also had her insistence. This was the first time the Scorpion King had seen Leah in action. He was so shocked that he was a little absent-minded. Why were all the Chinese so powerful? Could it be that they had been practicing martial arts since they were young? Bang! However, at this moment, a loud sound exploded on the surface of the sea. The ship that Leah and the Scorpion King were on seemed to have been hit by something and shook violently. Fuck, these pirates are crazy. They really dare to fight. Do they think I, the Scorpion King, am a sick cat? I'll fight it out with them. The Scorpion King was a big shot after all. The moment he was being ridden on top of his head, the anger and hot blood in his heart completely exploded. Brothers, beat them up. Beat these stinky pirates to death. The Scorpion King picked up the walkie-talkie and roared. The 5 warships immediately spread out and launched a counterattack against the Somali pirates. Rumble, rumble. For a moment, the sea was filled with artillery fire. It felt like a storm was about to descend. Thunder King, that group of people actually dared to counterattack. They have already hit one of our warships. The pirates on the other side were so angry that they exploded. The commander of the naval battle was shouting at the Pirate King. On the large cruise ship that did not participate in the battle, the Somali Pirate King was sitting in the control cabin and watching the battle. The Pirate King was called the Thunder King by everyone. He was in his early 50s and wore a leather windbreaker. He wore a crown on his head, and his neck was filled with the teeth of various ferocious fish. Where did this trash come from? How dare you provoke the dignity of my pirate group? Launch a fierce attack. I want them all wiped out. The Thunder King roared into the microphone, his deep eyes spewing out flames of anger. The 8 pirate teams at the front line immediately changed their formation. Not long later, they surrounded Lia's 5 warships and launched a new round of fierce attacks. Scorpion King, what's going on? The warship suddenly shook violently, as if it was about to be overturned. Leah finally realized that she was surrounded, and was so nervous that she did not know what to do. This was the first time the Scorpion King and the others had fought at sea. They did not expect to be defeated so quickly. The Scorpion King immediately shouted at Leah, sister-in-law, let's abandon the ship and escape. Leah had always wanted to wait for Qin Feng to come, because she knew that since Qin Feng said he would come, he would definitely come. However, the situation in front of them was extremely dangerous. Lia's warship was the most fiercely attacked, like a small sail swaying in the waves, about to sink to the bottom of the sea at any time. No, Qin Feng isn't here yet, we can't leave. However, Li still persisted. The Scorpion King was a little helpless. At this time, a few of his lackeys ran over in panic. Scorpion King, it's not good. There's a big hole in the bottom of the ship, and the seawater is surging up. If we don't leave now, we'll all fall into the sea." The situation became more and more dangerous. Not only was Li Ye's warship unable to hold on any longer, the other 4 warships were also riddled with holes. Many members of the Blood Alliance were thrown into the sea, and some were forced to jump into the sea. The Scorpion King could no longer hold on any longer, and immediately sent someone to throw the yacht into the sea. "Sister-in-law, hurry up and escape with me on the yacht. If we don't leave now, we'll really be too late. The people on the other side, listen up. You've been surrounded. Surrender immediately, or we'll destroy your ship." The 8 warships were approaching at an extremely fast speed, and their cannons had also stopped firing. It was obvious that they felt that Li Ye's warship was no longer a threat. Seeing that the 8 warships had already docked, and the members of the dozen or so pirate groups had all jumped onto Li Ye's warship, the members of the Blood Alliance were in complete despair. They did not even have the chance to escape. "Sigh. The Blood Alliance is about to be destroyed. Why hasn't Big Brother Qin appeared yet?" The Scorpion King was too lazy to run anymore. He knew that he wouldn't be able to run even if he wanted to, so he sat on the deck with a dejected look. Leah looked at the vast ocean, but she did not despair. She believed that Qin Feng would definitely come, but she could not even see a small sail in the surrounding sea. Where did Qin Feng go? Roar! Suddenly, a furious roar that sounded like that of an ancient beast came from the bottom of the sea. The roar was like thunder, and actually caused the calm sea surface to suddenly surge with raging waves for the fastest and most error-free reading. Please bookmark this site to read the latest. Chapter 1192. What's that sound? Li Suo, what's going on over there? Thunder King, I don't know. There seems to be a giant beast at the bottom of the sea. Bullshit giant beast. We, the Somali pirates, have killed all kinds of underwater creatures. Even if there's a giant beast, it's still on our plate. The Somali pirates were stunned by the sudden appearance of the raging waves on the calm sea. These pirates had been fighting at sea all year round. What kind of underwater creatures had they not seen? Even sharks and whales were killed by them for meat. However, the creature that emerged from the sea this time was obviously not an ordinary underwater creature. From the huge whirlpool, it was at least the size of a cruise ship. "Captain, it's out. It's a big sea turtle." "Fuck. How can there be such a big sea turtle? It's a fucking tortoise." "Ah. No, it's not a sea turtle. It's a dragon." The roar shook the sky, and the tsunami rose in all directions. The black tortoise revealed half of its shell, and the many-banded kite suddenly shot up from the bottom of the sea. Its tens of meters long body instantly stunned the Somali pirates. Even Leah and the rest were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen a real dragon in their lives. However, when they looked closely, it didn't seem to be a dragon. Could it be a flood dragon from the bottom of the sea? Big sister. What kind of monster is this? What should we do?" The Scorpion King had already fallen to the ground in fright. His body trembled nonstop as if he was convulsing. Leah was also dumbstruck. How would she know what to do? Where did this huge water monster come from? Leah was instead worried about Qin Feng. She suddenly hoped that Qin Feng would not come, or else everyone would die. "Scorpion King, there's someone on the back of the huge water monster." Someone from the Blood Alliance shouted. That person held the binoculars and saw Qin Feng standing on the back of the sea turtle. It seems to be Big Brother Qin. The subordinate's word shocked everyone. The Scorpion King immediately snatched the binoculars from that person's hands and looked over. Leah asked the Scorpion King anxiously, "Is it Qin Feng? Is it Qin Feng?" "Fuck. Sister-in-law, what kind of god is Big Brother Qin? Is this his pet?" The Scorpion King looked carefully, and the person on the back of the sea turtle was Qin Feng. Leah then snatched the binoculars from the Scorpion King's hands and looked over. The moment she saw Qin Feng, she was so excited that her tears fell. "I knew Qin Feng wouldn't abandon me. We're saved. Qin Feng came to save us, Leah shouted excitedly. She had forgotten how many times Qin Feng had saved her from danger. When the people from Blood Alliance learned that Qin Feng had come, their despair instantly shot into the sky. Even though their warships were leaking and quite a number of people had fallen into the sea, they were not worried at all. They believed that Qin Feng would save them. Little Silver Ring, it's all up to you now. Qin Feng stood with his hands behind his back. He looked like a god of war as he stood on the back of the turtle. The many-banded kite seemed to like its master's nickname very much. In fact, based on the many-banded kite's age and body shape, it was indeed a small many-banded kite. Puff! The many-banded kite, which had been smiling foolishly at Qin Feng a second ago, suddenly opened its bloody mouth and spat a few mouthfuls of blood at the Somali pirate's warship. Immediately, it seemed as if it was raining, but the mist was a black liquid that emitted a strong stench in the air. When it landed on the warship, it immediately corroded the ship into black gas. The attack of the poisonous bubble was very fierce. Qin Feng was terrified when he saw it. He thought that if the many-banded kite attacked him, he might not be able to dodge it. The sound of the wind and waves came from the sea, and waves of screams rose and fell. The poisonous liquid could even easily corrode the steel and would warship. When it landed on human skin, the pirates were instantly corroded into skeletons. In the end, even their bones turned into black mist. Leah and the others were dumbstruck. They were obviously shocked by this hellish scene. The Somali pirate group, which had always been fierce and invincible on the sea, was now completely defeated. They had already started to turn around and flee. Li Suo, what the fuck are you doing? Who told you to retreat? The Thunder King stood on the cruise ship behind them. He was too far away and did not know what was happening on the battlefield. Thunder King, there's a big water monster, a very powerful big water monster. Half of our members are dead. If we don't retreat, we'll all die. Li Suo had fought hundreds of naval battles in the southern part of the Indian Ocean, but this was the first time he was scared witless. Bullshit, big water monster. You're a pirate. You can only die in battle and not run. Hold on, I'll personally lead a team to support you. The Thunder King was furious. He had already mobilized the remaining 3 cruise ships and 8 warships towards Qin Feng. Li Suo and the others didn't dare to retreat, nor could they advance. They were almost scared to death when they saw the many-banded kite that shot into the sky and spat out a mouthful of poisonous liquid. Fuck! Let's fight this water monster to the death. Attack! Li Suo panicked and ordered to attack the Black Tortoise. The 8 pirate ships that surrounded Leah and the others instantly changed direction and surrounded the Black Tortoise. Aim! Fire! Boom! The 8 warships fired their cannons at the same time. For a moment, the sky was filled with cannon fire and half the sea was awakened. The sky was filled with explosions and sparks. Every time the many-banded kite poked its head out, it would be shot. Several bloody wounds appeared on its body. Roar, roar! The many-banded kite coiled at the bottom of the sea and couldn't get out. The Black Tortoise was enraged, and the other half of its turtle shell that was hidden at the bottom of the sea surfaced, causing its body to double in size. Li Suo and the other pirates were instantly scared half to death. Roar, roar! The angry roar shook the sky, and the waves on the sea instantly roared. The sea turtle's awakened martial skill was tsunami roar. Once it roared, the sea was enraged. Thousands of huge waves rolled over as if they were going to swallow the heaven and earth. Fuck! What kind of monster is this? Captain Li Suo, if we don't retreat, our fleet will be annihilated in the waves. The enraged sea turtle instantly suppressed everyone. The waves surged up like a wall, and the cannons couldn't penetrate it. The Thunder King led a group of troops and rushed over. Just as he reached the edge of the battlefield, he was dumbstruck. This really was a big water monster. Even the Thunder King had never seen it before. The Thunder King is here. We're saved. Li Suo saw the Thunder King's ships and shouted excitedly. Halfway through his shout, the Thunder King cursed through the walkie-talkie. Fuck! Hurry up and retreat. This is a 10,000-year-old water monster. How can we fight it? After the Thunder King shouted, the ship turned around and started to escape to Somalia Island. Li Sua's eyes almost rolled out of his head. What the fuck is this? Black tortoise, leave them in the sea. No one can escape. Qin Feng ordered. The black tortoise stirred up thousands of huge waves and chased after the warship. Qin Feng shouted to Leah in the Hero Alliance, Xiaoya, I'll deal with the pirates. You bring the Scorpion King and the others ashore. Save Lucy's father and snatch the diamond back. Everything was under Qin Feng's control. This was the plan he had with everyone. Leah woke up with a start. She couldn't help but look at the huge black tortoise again. Then she ordered, Scorpion King, listen to my order. Bring your men ashore immediately. Although our ship is broken, it won't be a problem for us to reach the shore. The Scorpion King woke up with a start. He realized that Qin Feng alone had scared the Somali pirates. Once again, the Scorpion King witnessed Qin Feng's power. This Chinese man was a god. Under the Scorpion King's order, the Blood Alliance went around the battlefield and advanced toward Somalia Island from the side. With the help of the Black Tortoise, the Somali pirates were completely on the run. They didn't have the time to stop Leah and the others. Both sides took action. Qin Feng had already caught up to the dozen warships on the Black Tortoise. The many-banded Krite was enraged by these people. It soared into the sky again, and its body, which was dozens of meters long, swept across and instantly smashed 5 warships into pieces. Thunder King, it's catching up. The big water monster is catching up. Li Sua saw the 5 warships collapse a few hundred meters behind him. He was so scared that he almost had a heart attack. The Thunder King had been in the Somali Sea for more than 10 years, and this was the first time he was so frightened. He didn't have the time to care about Li Sua. Boom! With a furious roar, the many-banded Krite rushed out again. Another 3 warships sank to the bottom of the sea. These huge warships were like children's toy cars in front of the many-banded Krite. They couldn't withstand a single blow. Li Sua, hurry up and stop that monster. Attack it. The Thunder King was so scared that he didn't dare to stay, but he asked Li Sua to attack the Black Tortoise to buy him time to escape. Li Sua was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. However, he also realized that escaping would only lead to death. If he attacked, he might scare the big water monster away. Everyone turn around. As soon as the water monster pokes its head out, immediately fire the cannons. The remaining 8 warships lined up and aimed their cannons at the sea. They were ready to fire at any time. The sea, which was originally roaring with wind and waves, suddenly became quiet. The wind and waves were calm, and there was no movement at all. However, Li Sua and the others were so scared that their hearts almost stopped. These pirates, who had been in the sea for many years, knew very well that the calm of the wind and waves was the eve of the storm. Roar! Sure enough, a loud explosion suddenly sounded. It came from the bottom of the row of warships. The expressions of the pirates on the ship changed drastically. They didn't even have the chance to react. The hard deck at the bottom of the ship instantly split open, and many people fell into the sea. The many-banded Krite opened its bloody mouth, and it could swallow more than 10 people in one gulp. After it soared into the sky, it smashed into the sea and flew out again after a few seconds of silence. Bang, 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 bang. The 8 warships became fragile pieces of junk, and the warship that Li Sua was on had already sunk to the bottom of the sea. Li Sua finally saw the many-banded Krite clearly, but he saw it clearly when he fell into its mouth. Li Sua, hurry up and fucking reply. Mu Tay, say something. Heather, the warships that were blocking the way were all dead. The Thunder King led the 3 cruise ships and kept shouting, but after shouting for dozens of captains, no one replied to the Thunder King. Chapter 1193. Lord Thunder King. Where Where did the sea monster go? Was it scared off by Lord Thunder King's might? There were many pirates on the cruise ship. Everyone looked at the calm sea, but their eyes were filled with infinite fear. Everyone knew that the sea monster had not left, but they were just comforting themselves. It seems to have disappeared. There's no movement at all. Not good, Thunder King. The enemy's 5 warships are trying to land. Fuck. They want to land on Somalia. Do they think our pirate crew doesn't exist? Lord Thunder King, that sea monster is probably hungry and came out to look for food. Now that it's full, let's charge over and destroy those 5 warships. Rumble. Before the commander could finish his sentence, a loud sound came from the sea. The cruise ship seemed to have been hit by a heavy object as it swayed left and right. Everyone on the ship screamed in fear. Fuck! What's going on? How is the captain steering the ship? It's fucking on the reef. The Thunder King roared angrily. He still did not know what had happened. Thunder King, it doesn't look like it hit the reef. Why does it feel like the ship is floating up? The commander was scared out of his wits. He had a bad feeling. You must have drunk too much again. Why is the ship floating up by itself? Do you think it's a spaceship? The Thunder King was furious. Not good. The ship is really floating. Thunder King, there's a monster under the ship. It's that sea monster. Just as the Thunder King roared, the pirates on the ship suddenly fell into chaos. The shaking at the bottom of the ship became more intense. More than half of the ship emerged from the water. Finally, the entire cruise ship was out in the sea, as if it was flying on the sea. Roar! The roar of an ancient beast came from the bottom of the ship. The black tortoise, which had disappeared for a long time, emerged from the sea like an island, scaring everyone into a panic. Fuck! What the fuck is this? The Thunder King could not remain calm. He looked down at the bottom of the ship. This was the first time he had seen the black tortoise at such a close distance. The Thunder King had dominated the Somali waters for more than a decade, but this was the first time he had seen such a huge sea monster. Thunder King, quick run! Run my ass. Where can we run to now? If you jump into the sea, you'll be eaten. If you don't jump, you'll be waiting for the cruise ship to capsize. The strength of the black tortoise made the originally ferocious and rampant Somali pirates completely despair. Hundreds of pirates were stunned on the cruise ship. They watched as the cruise ship was about to sink into the sea, but no one could stop it. Cheen Fin stood on the starry sky, flying sword, and hovered in the void. Looking at the raging waves on the sea, it was as though doomsday was coming. Rumble! Rumble! The black tortoise used all its strength and completely lifted the cruise ship. The many-banded kite swung its body and knocked the entire cruise ship into the sea. The surface of the sea surged with raging waves, and the cruise ship instantly fell silent. The people on the ship were instantly submerged in the vast ocean. Roar! However, Black Tortoise's attack did not stop. It swam towards the other 2 large cruise ships. This was the rhythm of completely destroying the Somali pirates. At the same time, the patrolling teams of the various countries near the Somali waters were completely stunned. They had all seen what had happened. What fuck? Navy Admiral, a giant beast has been discovered over there, and all the Somali pirates have been defeated. On the U.S. military ship, a voice transmission came from the observer. The entire American fleet, lurking nearby, was shocked. What kind of underwater monster was this? Commander Ma, a giant beast has been discovered in the Somali waters. Requesting orders. The Chinese fleet had also witnessed the spectacular scene just now and was currently requesting orders from their superiors. The ships and fleets of more than a dozen countries, big and small, surrounded the area, but none of them dared to approach the battlefield. Thousands of people were dumbfounded. In the distance, the waves were turbulent and the sea waves were tumbling. It was as spectacular as a Category 12 typhoon. Li Ye and the rest had already landed on Somali Island. Hundreds of people stood on the shore of the island and were also shocked by the scene. Sister-in-law, Debbie, what do we do now? Is Big Brother Chin all right? The Scorpion King had long since lost his soul. He completely understood Chin Fun's strength. The group of Blood Alliance members were also in a daze. They felt as though they were dreaming. Let's quickly occupy the island, rescue Lucy's father, and take back the diamond mine. Chin Fun will definitely be fine. Let's go. Leah was also worried about Chin Fun, but she trusted Chin Fun even more. Since the division of labor was already clear, Leah had to do her best to complete the task that Chin Fun had given her. The group of Blood Alliance members were all fired up. The core members of the Somali pirates were all defeated by Chin Fun at sea. The scattered forces on the island were nothing in the Blood Alliance's eyes. Under Leah's lead, the group of members quickly attacked and split into two groups to kill their way into the Somali island. Zhang Yunqing, you bastard, let me go! In a mansion on the island, Gui Yifan was tied up and thrown into the corner of the living room. He had already been under house arrest for the entire night. The sky outside the window had already turned white, as though it had become one with the sea. Zhang Hua was sleeping on the sofa, while Zhang Yunqing was smoking a cigarette under the floor-to-ceiling window. Last night, Lucy had escaped, which made Zhang Yunqing very unhappy. Ah, Dad, what's that sound? A series of loud noises came from outside the window, like the muffled thunder before a storm, waking Zhang Hua up from his sleep. Zhang Yunqing glanced at the dark clouds in the sky and said indifferently, "Isn't it just thunder? Why are you so surprised? Look at your cowardly look. Where did you inherit my domineering attitude?" After Zhang Yunqing finished lecturing his son, he kicked Gua Yifan. "Aren't you tired after yelling for the entire night? I'm annoyed just listening to you. If you keep yapping, I'll kill you." Zhang Yunqing listened to the continuous noises from the seaside and felt annoyed for some reason. Zhang Hua was so scared that he didn't dare to speak. Gui Yifan laughed coldly and said, "You don't dare to kill me. Otherwise you would have already done it. Now that Lucy has escaped, hurry up and let me go. Otherwise, when my daughter calls the police and brings people to arrest you, you'll all be finished." Although Gui Yifan had fallen into Zhang Yunqing's hands, he was a wealthy businessman who had experienced many hardships, so he wasn't afraid of Zhang Yunqing. A few Somali pirates were guarding the villa with guns. Zhang Yunqing glared at Gua Yifan and roared, "Don't think that I don't dare to kill you. These pirates have killed people. Even if they kill you, it has nothing to do with me." Gui Yifan wasn't stupid. He knew that Zhang Yunqing didn't spare his life because he was being merciful. Zhang Yunqing wanted to use him as bait to lure Lucy over. "Oh, what's the use of talking so much? Since you dare to kill me, then hurry up and kill me. Don't talk like a sissy and act like a man." Gua Yifan roared at Zhang Yunqing. Zhang Yunqing suddenly became furious. He kicked Gua Yifan to the ground, grabbed a long gun from a pirate's hand, and aimed it at Gua Yifan's head. "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll kill you immediately." The black muzzle was pressed against Gua Yifan's head. Gua Yifan would be lying if he said he wasn't afraid. However, Gua Yifan pretended to be calm. In order to prevent his daughter from coming back to find him, he would rather exchange his life for another. "Haha, shoot me if you dare, or I'll look down on you." Gua Yifan laughed crazily, deliberately provoking Zhang Yunqing. Zhang Yunqing's finger was on the trigger, and he looked like he really wanted to kill Gui Yifan. However, when the trigger was halfway pulled, Zhang Yunqing threw away the long gun in his hand and laughed. "Haha, Gua Yifan, put away your little tricks. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? If I kill you, how will I lure Lucy over? Don't worry, when Lucy comes, I'll send you and your daughter to the netherworld to reunite." Gua Yifan's thoughts were seen through by Zhang Yunqing, and he immediately broke out in a sweat. However, at this moment, the door was knocked open, and Leah rushed in with over 100 Blood Alliance members. "Fuck! Who are you people? Who let you in?" Zhang Hua jumped up from the sofa in shock. You dare to trespass on my territory? Do you know who I am? I'm the South African tycoon, Zhang Yunqing. Bang! Zhang Yunqing was arrogant and despotic. But before he could finish saying his full name, a gunshot rang out. His eyebrows exploded, and he fell to the ground. I don't care who you are. You dare to kidnap big sister Lucy's father. Killing you won't be a problem. Leah had been with Qin Feng for a long time, and her body was stained with some blood. After she entered the room, she shot without saying a word, completely shocking everyone in the room. Zhang Hua was dumbstruck, and the 8 Somali pirate crew members were dumbstruck. None of them understood the current situation. Get rid of them all. However, Leah had already arrived at Zhang Yunqing's side. She helped untie Zhang Yunqing and gave the order. The 8 pirate crew members were startled awake. Just as they were about to raise their guns to retaliate, gunshots rang out from all directions in the room. In less than half a minute, the pirate crew members and Zhang Hua were all lying in a pool of blood. You are. Zhang Yunqing stood up after being untied, but he looked at Leah with suspicion and vigilance. Leah's face was as cold as frost before, but now she revealed a brilliant smile, brimming with youth like a university student. Uncle Gua, you don't recognize me? I'm Leah, Lucy's good sister. Back then, when Leah was still participating in the Hong Kong Most Beautiful Miss competition, Gu Yifan had returned to China to see Leah once. However, after a few years, Leah had grown more and more beautiful, and Zhang Yunqing had not recognized her at first. It's Leah. You're getting more and more beautiful. Uncle almost couldn't recognize you. To be able to suddenly see Leah here, Gu Yifan became excited, but in the next moment his expression changed, and he immediately said to Leah, Not good. This place is very dangerous. Why did you come here? Hurry up and leave this place. If the Somali pirates rush over, you guys will be in trouble. Gu Yifan still did not know the situation, and anxiously pulled Leah and ran upstairs. He planned to bring Leah and the others to escape from the 3rd-floor bedroom. Leah smiled and pulled Gu Yifan back. Uncle Gua, don't worry, this island has already been occupied by my people. You have been completely saved. No one can hurt you. Chapter 1194. In 1 second he had memorized it. This is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. Gu Yifan was confused by Leah's words. The Li he knew back then was still a beauty pageant champion. Why did she suddenly bring a group of fiendish hooligans here? And he even said that she had occupied this island? Guo Yifan even suspected that Leah was confused. Xiao Ye, listen to Uncle. Let's leave this place immediately. This is an island dominated by the Somali pirates. Your men are not their match. Gu Yifan tried his best to persuade Leah. He could escape by himself now, but Gu Yifan did not want to leave Leah and the others here to die. Uncle Gua, I understand what you're thinking right now, but I'm not lying. I really took over this island. Leah had no choice but to patiently explain. Last night, Lucy escaped from here to Madagascar to find us for help. So Qin Feng brought us here to fight. Uncle, didn't you hear the cannons on the sea just now? The Somali pirates have been completely annihilated. Leah's news was more shocking than the last, and when he heard the end, Gu Yifan's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. You're not joking, are you? I thought it was thunder in front of us. Gu Yifan still found it hard to believe this matter was simply a fantasy. The Somali pirates had dominated this area for more than 10 years, and even the local and other countries' fleets had a headache. How could they be defeated by Leah and the others? Uncle Gua, how is it thunder? The weather outside is very good today and the sea is calm. Listen to it now, is there still thunder? Leah said while grinning. Gu Yifan looked out of the window seriously. This place was a little far from the straits, and he could not see the situation on the surface of the sea clearly. However, the sky had brightened, and it was indeed a clear sky. Could it be that the Somali pirates were really defeated? It couldn't have been the sound of a naval battle just now, right? Gui Yifan finally believed it. At this time, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard. Hearing that there were at least 100 or 200 people, Gui Yifan's face changed in fright. He thought that the Somali pirates' reinforcements had arrived. It's over, it's over. The pirates on this island are here. Let's hurry up and leave. Otherwise, it'll really be too late. Gui Yifan pulled Liya and ran. Liya was overjoyed. The Scorpion King had already run in with a group of Blood Alliance disciples. Under Gui Yifan's panicked and surprised gaze, he came to Liya's side respectfully and said, "Sister-in-law, this island has been taken down and all the pirates have been killed. I've sent 100 brothers to guard that diamond mine. There will definitely be no problems." Liya and Scorpion King split up the moment they reached the shore. Liya was in charge of rescuing Gui Yifan, while the Scorpion King went to kill the rest of the pirates on the island. Now that the two of them had completed their mission, they were completely relieved. Gui Yifan was stunned at the side, as if his soul had been sucked out. He finally believed that Liya had taken down this island, but he still felt like he was dreaming. Well done. Let's go back to the sea and see how Chinfin is doing. After the situation on Somalia Island stabilized, Liya started to worry about Chinfeng. Just as she was about to lead everyone back to help Chinfeng, a pink light flashed, and Chinfeng was already standing in the room. "Xiaoya, your operation this time was very outstanding." Chinfeng's voice sounded. Liya had just run to the entrance of the villa and suddenly stopped. She turned around and flew towards Chinfeng. "Darling, are you all right?" Liya hugged Chinfeng tightly, as if she didn't want to let go for the rest of her life. Chinfeng patted her back lightly and said with a smile, "What can happen to me? Don't you know your man's ability? Why don't I let you experience it tonight?" Chinfeng was always like this. He was usually hedonistic and unruly and said frivolous words. However, at the crucial moment, Chinfeng was serious and invincible, as if he could do anything. Liya liked Chinfeng's personality. She liked him very much. "All right, I'll stick to you tonight. Don't even think about finding Sister Lucy." After the two of them whispered sweet nothings for a while, Gui Yifan finally came back to his senses. He walked to Chinfeng's side and asked, "Xiaoya, this is?" When Liya saw Gui Yifan walking over, she was too embarrassed to say those shameful words to Chinfeng. She hurriedly introduced them. "Uncle Gua, this is Chinfeng. Chinfeng, this is Uncle Gua, Sister Lucy's father." "That's right, Uncle Gua. This time Chinfeng saved you. We only helped him. The pirates on the sea were all destroyed by Chinfeng alone." Liya's words completely dumbfounded Gui Yifan. Chinfeng single-handedly destroyed the pirates on the sea? Is this real or fake? Hee. Uncle Gua, don't listen to Xiaoya's nonsense. It was the Blood Alliance that helped me defeat the pirates. I can't do it alone. Chinfeng could tell that Gui Yifan was scared, so he hurriedly shared the credit with everyone. Gui Yifan knew these people from the Blood Alliance. He had relied on these people to build his family in Madagascar. However, Gui Yifan was very clear about the power of the Blood Alliance. Even if all of them were to move out, they would not be able to defeat the pirates. But now that the truth was in front of him, Gui Yifan had no choice but to believe it. Gui Yifan was rescued, and the diamond mine that belonged to him on the island was also taken back. Even all of Zhang Yinqing's businesses were transferred to Gui Yifan. All of this was like a never-ending dream. Gui Yifan found it hard to accept. An hour ago, he was still a prisoner in someone else's hands. All of the assets that he worked hard for his entire life were taken away. In the end, he became the real business tycoon of the Chinese Circle in South Africa. He practically monopolized more than half of the Chinese industry in South Africa. The Scorpion King was also the winner of this battle. He felt the same as Gui Yifan. It was a little unreal. Now, the Scorpion King stayed on the Somali island. Chinfeng did not want any territory. He gave this area to the Scorpion King. Now the Blood Alliance was expanding and monopolizing 2 islands. With the Scorpion King watching from the Somali island, Qin Feng brought Liya and Guo Yifan back to Madagascar. He knew that Lucy must be worried about everyone. Woo woo. Qin Feng, where did you guys go? I thought you guys went to the Somali island to help me save Dad. Don't be silly. Those Somali pirates are very powerful. I don't want anything to happen to you guys. It was noon when they returned to the villa in Madagascar. Lucy woke up early in the morning and was worried about the 2 of them. Even when she called, her phone was turned off. When she saw the 2 of them, Lucy was so excited that she cried. It felt so good to see Qin Feng again. Girl, Dad is back. Lucy was sobbing in Qin Feng's arms when a familiar voice drifted into her ears. Lucy widened her beautiful eyes and stared at Guo Yifan in disbelief. Am I still asleep? Dad? Is it really you? Weren't you captured by that bastard Zhang Yinqing? Don't worry, Dad. I'll contact the police to save you. Lucy was so excited that she was dumbfounded. Guo Yifan was clearly in front of her, but she still wanted to call the police to save him. Silly girl, Dad is fine. It's all thanks to your 2 friends. They saved me. Guo Yifan walked up to his daughter and hugged her. The father and daughter had escaped death. Now that they met again, they were filled with emotions. Lucy finally woke up. She hugged her father and cried, Dad, are you really fine? Sob, I was so worried about you. The father and daughter hugged each other and cried for a while. Then Lucy suddenly looked at Qin Feng and asked, Did you save my father? I promised you yesterday that you'll see your father when you wake up this morning, Qin Feng said to Lucy with a smile. Lucy was so moved that she cried again. She buried her head into Qin Feng's arms and hugged him tightly. Guo Yifan was dumbfounded. When he saw Liya hugging Qin Feng on Somalia Island, he thought they were a couple. Why did he feel that his daughter had an intimate relationship with Qin Feng? Guo Yifan looked at Liya, who was not angry at all. He was even more confused. Liya's father was saved, and the Somali island was stabilized by the Scorpion King. All of these were Qin Feng's doing. In the next 2 days, Guo Yifan learned about Qin Feng's strength. So this person was the famous young Master Qin of China. Initially, Guo Yifan was opposed to his daughter being with Qin Feng. However, after seeing the sweet scene between Qin Feng and Lucy, he didn't care anymore. As long as his daughter was happy, it didn't matter how many women Qin Feng had around him. He, Guo Yifan, had many mistresses in South Africa. Uncle Guo, you've been in South Africa for a long time. Do you know of an organization that only accepts gold? Qin Feng asked about the Golden Assassin crew, since he had nothing to do after eliminating Zhang Hua, his son and the pirates. Guo Yifan took a sip of tea and pondered. After a while he said, There is indeed an organization that only accepts gold. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He continued to ask, Then do you know where that organization is? Do you have any detailed information about them? Guo Yifan shook his head and said, I definitely don't have any detailed information or address. It's said that this organization was founded by the Chinese and existed before I came to South Africa to do business. I think it's called the Golden Assassin Crew. It's an extremely secretive organization. As long as you give them enough gold, they'll accept any mission. However, the Golden Assassin Crew only contacts their employers. They don't leave their contact details. Also, a new employer must have a referral from an old employer before they can issue a mission there. Guo Yifan told Qin Feng everything he knew. However, there wasn't much useful information. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel depressed. It seemed like finding the Golden Assassin Crew's base wasn't that easy. 3 days passed in a row. Qin Feng investigated the Golden Assassin Crew, but he didn't get any useful information. The time limit that Qin Feng gave Ali was up. Seeing that there was still no news from the Blazing Bird, Qin Feng and Li started to get anxious. Could it be that the Blazing Bird had already discovered the situation? Just as everyone was thinking about their next step, the Scorpion King called. Big Brother Qin, there's news from Ali. Chapter 1195. What did they say? Qin Feng suppressed his excitement and asked, Big Brother Qin, Ali said that the Firebird wants to see you personally. The location is on the island of Mauritius, and you can only go there alone. Scorpion King said honestly. Qin Feng once again felt that the Firebird was extremely vigilant. There was a reason why this guy could do so well in South Africa. All right, come to Madagascar now and send me there. Qin Feng didn't care about the Firebird. He couldn't wait to see the Firebird catch him. Qin Feng, is there any news? Leah asked with a frown as soon as Qin Feng hung up the phone. Qin Feng nodded and said, The Firebird wants to see me. The location is on the island of Mauritius, and she wants me to go there alone. Lucy also knew that Qin Feng wanted to catch the Firebird, but it was Guo Yifan's first time hearing about it. His expression changed drastically. What? The Firebird wants to see you? Why? Guo Yifan had been in South Africa for more than 10 years, so he naturally knew how powerful the Firebird was. Nothing much, just a chat. Don't worry, Uncle Guo. Qin Feng didn't tell Guo Yifan the truth, mainly because he didn't want him to worry. Guo Yifan was also a very perceptive person. Of course, he didn't believe that Qin Feng was going to drink tea with the Firebird. But since Qin Feng was unwilling to say, Guo Yifan didn't continue to ask. After more than an hour, a helicopter landed outside the villa. Qin Feng and the others thought that it was someone else, but they saw the Scorpion King coming down from the helicopter. Yo, Scorpion King, you're good. You even came in a helicopter? Lia's eyes lit up. She also wanted to ride a helicopter around the islands around South Africa. The Scorpion King didn't dare to be negligent in front of Qin Feng and the others. He said with a smile, Sister-in-law, I got this from the pirates after occupying the island of Somalia. If you like it, I can give it to you. Leah was extremely excited. It's fine if you give it to me. I still have to go back to China after a while. But if you don't mind, take us around the nearby waters. No problem. If you want to go around, tell me anytime. The Scorpion King patted his chest and promised. Qin Feng smiled and brought the topic back to business. All right, send me to Mauritius first, and then you can take Xiaoya and Lucy for a stroll. Qin Feng, are you going alone? I want to go with you. Leah immediately hugged Qin Feng's arm, her face full of worry and reluctance. Lucy also walked over. Ever since Qin Feng saved her father, Lucy was completely united with Qin Feng. I want to go too. Don't leave me behind. Qin Feng understood what the two women were thinking. He caressed their faces and said, You guys should stay in Madagascar. The Firebird is very vigilant. This time he only invited me. If more people go, he might not show himself. Qin Feng was going to take care of business. Although the two women were somewhat worried, they could only listen to Qin Feng in the end. The Scorpion King and Qin Feng had already boarded the helicopter and left. The speed of the helicopter was average, and Qin Feng, who was used to flying swords, was starting to look down on it. After flying for more than an hour, the scene below changed. A huge island appeared in front of them. It was Mauritius. Big Brother Qin, I'll wait for you here. If anything happens, call me immediately. I'll send people to support you. The helicopter stopped at the edge of the island. This time, the Firebird only asked Qin Feng to go, and the Scorpion King couldn't follow. You don't have to wait for me. Go back by yourself. Qin Feng waved his hand. That won't work. How will Big Brother go back? The Scorpion King was a little puzzled. My tool is much faster than your helicopter. Don't worry about me. Qin Feng said with a smile. If others heard Qin Feng's words, they would definitely think that Qin Feng was bragging. However, the Scorpion King believed in Qin Feng's words. The big water monster that destroyed the Somali pirate group was definitely not slower than a plane at sea. The Scorpion King left in the helicopter first. Chin Fong had already set foot on the land of Mauritius. The terrain and scenery here were similar to Madagascar. However, there were many indigenous people on the island, and they all spoke Hakka. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Not long after Chin Fong came ashore, 2 men in black suits stopped him. "The Firebird wants to see me. Can you take me there?" Chin Fong said in English. The 2 men looked Chin Fong up and down, and one of them said, "We need to search you on the island. Please cooperate." Chin Fong had too many spiritual equipment on him, but they were all stored in the Emerald Spirit Ring, or the system. He was not afraid of being searched. These ordinary people would not find anything, even if they searched for a lifetime. The 2 men searched Chin Fong from head to toe. They did not find any weapons. Then they said to Chin Fong, "Young Master Fong, our big boss has been waiting for a long time. The car is over there. Please get in." These 2 men were the Firebird's subordinates. They were waiting for Chin Fong at the entrance of the island. Chin Fong followed the 2 men into a black Mercedes-Benz. Finally, they arrived at a building that looked like a palace. "Young Master Fong, the boss has prepared drinks in the villa. We're just waiting for you." Just as Chin Fong got out of the car, Ali greeted him with a smile. Chin Fong also smiled and said to Ali politely, "Then I'll have to trouble brother Ali to lead the way." The villa was very big. It was decorated with gold and jade. It was even more luxurious than Lucy's villa. There were 8 armed bodyguards standing at the entrance of the villa. Inside the villa, there were also many bodyguards guarding different places. The defensive measures here were very good. Once again, it showed that the Firebird was a very vigilant person. Under Li's guidance, Chin Fong arrived at a room on the 3rd floor. There were no bodyguards in the room. There was only a dark-skinned local man sitting on the sofa. "Big brother Firebird, young Master Fong is here," Li said respectfully to the black man. The black man did not get up. He looked at Chin Fong indifferently. Chin Fong looked at the Firebird as well. He was confused. According to the secret information collected by the Hong Kong police, this Firebird was a big shot who escaped from Hong Kong. How did he become a black man? Chin Fong quickly realized that the black man sitting on the sofa was not the Firebird. This Firebird was really cunning. He found a substitute to trade with him. "Young Master Fong, sit." The Firebird suddenly spoke and pointed at the sofa opposite him. Chin Fong also came back to his senses. He had originally planned to capture the Firebird on the spot the moment he saw him, then step on his flying sword and bring him to Madagascar to report to Lia. However, the situation had changed. This person was not the Firebird at all. I didn't think I'd be able to meet the famous drug lord from South Africa, Big Brother Firebird. What an honor. Chin Fong sat down and prepared to act according to the situation. "It's just a false reputation. I heard that you wanted to discuss a big business deal with me." The Firebird was a man of few words. He went straight to the point. "That's right. I heard that Big Brother Firebird has the most and the purest goods. So, I want to cooperate with you on a big business deal." "A business deal worth 1 billion, Chin Fong said. "I can take out 1 billion worth of goods. If young Master Fong is sincere about cooperating, you can pay a deposit of 200 million first. Then, I'll deliver the goods to you. After you inspect the goods, you can transfer the rest of the money to me. Then, our deal will be complete." The Firebird's tone was calm. It was as if a business worth 1 billion was nothing in his eyes. After Ali entered the room, he didn't leave. He stood behind the Firebird. Chin Feng's mind raced. He wondered if he should take down the fake Firebird and Ali and force them to reveal the Firebird's whereabouts. However, Chin Fong dispelled this thought in the end. The Firebird was so cunning. Perhaps even Ali didn't know where he was. "No problem, I'll transfer the money to you now. Then, when will you deliver the goods to me?" Chin Fong decided to be on the safe side and discuss the deal first. He wanted to see if he could lure out the real Firebird when he delivered the goods. 1 billion worth of goods is a bit too much. It'll be troublesome to deliver it. I plan to use a cruise ship to deliver it. I'm not sure when, but I'll contact you after I make sure it's safe. Okay, on the day of the deal, Big Bro Firebird will personally deliver the goods, right? Qin Feng smiled as he looked at the fake Firebird and asked, Of course, since I promised you I won't change my mind. I'll appear on the day of the deal to ensure the safety of your goods and person. Young Master Feng, you don't need to worry too much. In South Africa, the name of Big Bro Firebird still holds some power. No one dares to steal my goods. Now that the real Firebird was hiding and unwilling to show his face, he sent a fake to trade with Qin Feng. They thought Qin Feng didn't know, but they didn't know that Qin Feng saw through everything as soon as he entered the room. Haha, with Big Bro Firebird personally coming, of course I can rest assured. Then our deal is done. I'll transfer the money to you when I get back. When the goods are ready, Big Bro Firebird can contact me at any time. After Qin Feng found out that the Firebird was fake, he didn't have the patience to waste time with him. He immediately got up and said his goodbyes. The Firebird didn't personally see Qin Feng off and had Ali do it for him. The two of them walked out of the villa. Qin Feng didn't speak again. After saying goodbye to Ali, Qin Feng disappeared on his flying sword. When he reappeared, he was back in the villa. Qin Feng bought the talisman of clairvoyance and hid in a dark corner of the villa to observe the situation. Li had already returned to the room on the 3rd floor. The fake Firebird sat on the sofa and smoked a cigar. The two of them were talking. From their attitudes, the fake Firebird was really like the real Firebird. Even Li was humble to him. Qin Feng didn't return to Madagascar. These days he hid in the villa. He already had Leah transfer the deposit to the fake Firebird. However, nothing special happened in the villa these 2 days. The fake Firebird stayed in the villa from day to night. If it wasn't playing with girls, it was sleeping. Ali, on the other hand, disappeared for 2 days. It seemed like he went to load the goods. On the 3rd day, Qin Feng's phone rang. Haha, young Master Feng, your goods are all ready. Do you have time? Ali's laughter came from the phone. Chapter 1196. Young Master Feng, the transaction will take place on the Lisa No. 1 cruise ship. This cruise ship will travel around the sea and will reach Hong Kong on the way. At that time, you will take the ship and bring the goods directly to Hong Kong. All of this was specially planned by Brother Firebird for you. It's almost time. You will board the ship at the Mauritius harbor at 12 noon. The cruise ship will dock for half an hour. Young Master Feng, hurry up and come over. After Li finished speaking, many doubts arose in Qin Feng's heart. He looked at his watch. It was already 11 o'clock. This was deliberately not giving him time to prepare. Oh, it's already 11 o'clock. Your news is a bit late. All right, I'll rush over right now. I'm still in Madagascar. Qin Feng casually made up an excuse. Actually, he was in the villa in Mauritius at the moment, and he used the talisman of clairvoyance to see Ali, who was calling him in the villa. All right, we'll wait for young Master Feng's arrival. After hanging up, Qin Feng saw Ali go to the room on the 3rd floor to talk to the fake Firebird. It seemed like he was reporting the situation to the Firebird. These days, Qin Feng hid in the villa and did not find anything unusual. He even suspected that there was a problem with the Hong Kong police's intelligence. The fake Firebird was the same as the real one. Darling, where are you? We're all worried about you. Qin Feng called Leah, and when the call connected, Leah's worried voice came through. Little Ya, I'm fine. Listen to me. Did the Hong Kong police make a mistake? The Firebird I saw was a local black man, and he looked like the real Firebird. Qin Feng told Leah about the situation in Mauritius for the past 3 days, but Leah said firmly, No, the information about the Firebird was obtained by our Superior Intelligence Department with great effort. It can't be fake. The one you saw was definitely a fake Firebird. This Firebird is very cunning. You have to be careful, darling. All right. Then I'll think of a way to lure the real Firebird out. Send me all the information about the Firebird. Qin Feng said. All right, then I'll send it to you now. Just as Leah was about to hang up, Qin Feng thought of something else and quickly said, Oh, right, investigate the Lisa #1 cruise ship. That fake Firebird asked me to trade on the cruise ship. What? Lisa #1? Isn't that the private cruise ship of a certain royal princess? Leah exclaimed, obviously understanding this cruise ship better. The princess's private cruise ship? Qin Fin was also shocked. He didn't understand why the Firebird would trade on someone else's ship. What's more, she was an imperial princess. As far as I know, the Lisa one is the cruise ship of the royal princess Lisa. This cruise ship travels around the world once every year. Every time it travels, the rich and powerful of every country will fight to buy the tickets. However, the Lisa one has very strict restrictions on its passengers. Only those with a net worth of at least 1 billion are qualified to board this cruise ship. A single ticket costs 50 million. It's not a place where ordinary people can afford to spend money. So exaggerated? Isn't it just a cruise around the world? Worst comes to worst, we can just take another ferry. Qin Feng didn't quite understand. Of course it's different. It's said that the interior of the Lisa one is very luxurious, and the cost of the cruise ship is astronomical. Moreover, there are groups of beauties and rich people on the cruise ship. It's a great place to pick up girls and discuss business. Every year, it's said that the sea and sky banquet is held on this cruise ship. Qin Feng had seen a lot of the world as Acropolis City's #1 hedonistic young master. However, as his status rose, he discovered that there were many unexpected, luxurious worlds in this world. If your status hadn't reached that level, you would never be able to come into contact with them. The sea and sky banquet? I like that. Let's not talk about it for now. I'm going to board the ship. Qin Feng suddenly became excited and immediately hung up. On the other end of the phone, Leah stomped her feet in anger. She was not at ease with Qin Feng going to the Lisa one alone. If no one was there to control him, who knew if Qin Feng would bring back another 100 girls on this trip? Qin Feng hung up the phone and waited for a while. When he calculated that it was about time, he rushed to the agreed harbor. Before he even got close, Qin Feng saw a huge cruise ship docked at the shore from afar. The shore was crowded with people, and there were more than a dozen lines. Each line had several hundred people, like a dozen long dragons. Haha, young Master Feng, you're here. Hurry and board the ship with me. Qin Feng walked to the side of the cruise ship, and Ah Li appeared out of nowhere. Brother Ah Li, this Lisa one is Princess Lisa's private cruise ship. I heard that a ticket costs 50 million, and you have to book it half a year in advance. Can we board? Qin Feng asked doubtfully. Haha, young Master Feng, don't worry. The boss has already prepared everything. We just need to worry about boarding the ship. As Ali spoke, he brought Qin Feng to a line with fewer people. This was a special passage. Looking at the clothes of the people standing in the passage, they all looked like big bosses. Bastard! You dare to forge a ticket for the Lisa one? Throw this person into the sea to feed the sharks. The line next to them suddenly became chaotic. There was a row of guards at the boarding gate, and anyone who wanted to board had to show their ticket. One of the guards seemed to have discovered a fake ticket, so he picked up the man with one hand and threw him into the sea like he was throwing trash. This scene scared the people queuing up. More than half of them immediately ran away. It seemed that these people all had fake tickets and wanted to bluff their way through. Stinking brat, you want to board the ship without a ticket? Scram! Just as they caught a fake ticket, they found another person without a ticket. The man was in his early 40s and looked quite rich. He smiled and tried to curry favor with the guard. Hee. Big brother, I booked late and didn't get a ticket. I'm willing to pay for it. I'll buy it no matter how much it costs. The guards checking the tickets were all tall and sturdy. They wore silver armor and held long spears in their hands. They looked like ancient Roman warriors. One of the guards' expression turned cold. He yelled at the man, "If you don't have a ticket, then scram. Do you think our Princess Lisa lacks money? The princess only invites 1,000 people every year. If you don't get a ticket, you'll have to wait until next year. Big brother, don't be like this. I really want to board the ship. I really want to see Princess Lisa herself. This card is for you. There's 10 million in it." The password, the middle-aged man secretly stuffed a card into the guard's hand. The guard suddenly flew into a rage. He waved the long spear in his hand and instantly pierced the middle-aged man's heart. Crash! The surroundings immediately became chaotic. Screams rang out everywhere. Even Qin Feng was stunned for a moment. These guards were really arrogant. They killed people in public? Huh. Don't pay attention to those troublemakers. This is Lisa #1. Without a ticket, you definitely can't board. Lisa is the princess of a large country in South Africa. She has great power, and even our big brother Firebird can't compare. It's no big deal for her guards to kill a few people. Don't worry. As long as you don't cause trouble on the ship, no one will do anything to you. Li told Qin Feng about the things he needed to pay attention to on the Lisa #1. At this time, it was time for the two of them to board the ship. Ali pulled out 2 tickets. They were 2 gold cards made of pure gold and embedded with diamonds. "Please board the ship. I wish the two of you a pleasant journey." The treatment with and without a card was indeed different. The guard who killed without batting an eye became extremely respectful towards Qin Feng and Ali. He took the initiative to lead the two of them onto the ship. It seemed that it wasn't Ali's first time on Lisa #1. He didn't need the guidance of the beautiful receptionist. He minded his own business and led Qin Feng into the cabin. Qin Feng was shocked by the extravagance in front of him. As expected, this was the Imperial Princess private cruise ship. It was surrounded by gold and jade, and there were all kinds of facilities in the cabin. Many passengers had already gathered here and were playing in different areas. "Young Master Feng, I'll take you to look at the goods. If you think there are no problems, then transfer the remaining money to our boss. Then you can relax on Lisa #1. When the ship reaches Hong Kong's waters, you can find someone to transport the goods." Li took Qin Feng on a tour, and the topic of conversation shifted to proper business. Qin Feng hadn't even seen the real Firebird. If he transferred the remaining money, the Firebird definitely wouldn't appear again. "Ha! Brother Ali, what's the rush? Are you afraid I won't pay?" Qin Feng laughed. "Hee, how could that be? I'm just following the boss's orders. I hope young Master Feng will cooperate," Ali said smoothly. "Of course I'll pay, but I said it's with your boss. Let's wait for Big Brother Firebird to come." Qin Feng's expression became slightly cold, and he pretended to be unhappy. "Haha, young Master Feng is right. Then I'll go talk to the boss. The boss is also on the ship." Li couldn't force Qin Feng to pay, so he went ahead. Qin Feng ordered a cup of coffee and sat in a corner with no one around. Although the ticket for the Lisa #1 was expensive, the service on the ship was absolutely attentive. The estimated sailing time of this ship was half a month, and in half a month it would go around half the world. Moreover, food, drinks, and accommodation on the ship were all free, unless you gambled and asked for your own money from the prostitutes. Moreover, the Lisa #1 was absolutely safe. For example, the Firebird had placed the transaction on the cruise ship. No matter where the cruise ship sailed, it would be exempt from inspection. It was this method that allowed the goods worth $1 billion to enter Hong Kong's waters. After this transaction, Qin Feng understood that the Firebird had used the cruise ship to smuggle goods quite a bit. "Darling, did you miss me?" Just as Qin Feng was contemplating his next plan, a pleasant voice suddenly sounded. A soft ball had already pounced into Qin Feng's arms. "Who are you? Qin Feng furrowed his brows and immediately pushed away the unfamiliar woman in his arms. Hee, Qin Feng, I'm Leah, the beauty whispered into Qin Feng's ear. Qin Feng looked at the beauty again. It wasn't Leah's appearance at all. However, Qin Feng quickly discovered a flaw. Leah had put on makeup and used a disguise technique. You crazy girl, who let you on the ship? That's right, how did you get on? Qin Feng was happy and worried when he saw Leah. After all, this mission wasn't simple. I asked my superior to get me a ticket. Coincidentally, a Hong Kong businessman also wanted to board the ship, so the police told him to give me the ticket. Leah giggled and said, Darling, do I look pretty in this new appearance? Chapter 1197. After Qin Feng confirmed Leah's identity, he hugged her in his embrace. While touching her white and tender skin, he seemed to be playing ambiguously while blowing hot air into Leah's ear. Xiao Ya, the real Firebird, has never shown up, and this ship is Princess Lisa's private cruise ship. On the cruise ship, Lisa's guards will protect everyone's lives, so it's not easy to take down the Firebird. Don't participate in this mission. Just treat it as a boat trip. I'll help you investigate the Firebird and capture him. Qin Feng said something important. Leah's brows furrowed, and she suddenly hugged Qin Feng's neck tightly. Darling, I got on the ship because I was worried about you. Let me do the mission with you. I promise I won't hold you back. Leah acted like a spoiled child and rubbed against Qin Feng's embrace. Qin Feng was a little uneasy. Towards this Hong Kong beauty contest champion, Qin Feng was at his wit's end. He patted Leah's perky butt and said, All right, let's go back to the room now. If you can serve me well, I'll bring you along. Leah immediately jumped up excitedly. Uncle, let's go. This little girl's work is the best. The two of them chatted and laughed as they were about to leave. Just as they walked out a few steps, a large group of men suddenly surrounded them. Yo, young master, bye. Quickly look. This girl looks really good. Especially that figure. It's simply perfect. A man wearing a pair of sunglasses said as he looked at Leah. There were 3 other men beside the man with sunglasses. These 4 men looked like young masters of rich families. Each of them had a young model in their arms, but their eyes were sweeping over Leah's long legs. Although Leah used the appearance-changing technique to change her appearance and was not as beautiful as her original appearance, her current appearance was still very beautiful. In addition to that tall and sexy figure, she suppressed all the young models in the cabin in a second. A man wearing a handsome white suit stepped forward. It was young Master Bai. Hello, beauty. I'm a rich young master from Huaxia. You look like you're from Huaxia. Do you want to go drink a cup of wine with us brothers? You can name the price. Young Master Bai went straight to the point as soon as he opened his mouth. This Lisa #1 was the gathering place of the Sea and Sky Banquet. 99% of the young models who went ashore were here to sell their bodies to make money. This group of rich young masters obviously regarded Leah as that kind of woman. Shut up, I have a man. Don't have any ideas about me. Leah was immediately unhappy. She glared at young Master Bai and reprimanded him. Ever since she became Qin Feng's woman, she had never been afraid of anyone. The 4 young masters were stunned. They obviously did not expect Leah to have this attitude. They did not expect Leah to have this attitude. They did not expect Leah to have such an attitude. Beauty, it is your blessing that we can like you. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Child Bai was also a hot-tempered person. His face suddenly became cold. Go back and look at yourself in the mirror. How dare a toad like you try to woo me? Yes. Leah did not even use a single dirty word when she scolded him, but she almost made Bai Dashabo faint from anger. The other 3 young masters could not stand it anymore. The man with sunglasses who first found Leah said, Beauty, you may not know young Master Bai's position. He is a famous young master in Hua Xiaojingdu. His family property is more than 10 billion. If you miss it, you won't have this chance. Another man wearing a round hat said, If I were you, I would follow young Master Bai. Look at the man beside you. What's so good about him? He looks like a poor ghost. Don't tell me he sneaked onto the boat? The man with sunglasses was Gao Feng. He was from Gao family in Hua, Xiaojingdu. The man with the round hat was Wenjing. He was also a third-rate young master in Jingdu. Gao Feng, Wenjing, and young Master Bai. They were all Huaxia people. The other man on their side was a black man. He was a young master in South Africa. Humph! You weak scum dare to look down on my man? You are all frogs at the bottom of a well. Facing the sneer of young Master Bai and the others, Qin Feng acted as if he did not hear it, but Li Yi could not bear it. She could not allow anyone to say bad things about Qin Feng. Beauty, I advise you to wipe your eyes. You women get on the boat to earn money. Don't follow a poor boy in the end. In the end, you still have to pay for it. Gao Feng snorted coldly. Wenjing also squinted at Qin Feng. He did not put Qin Feng in his eyes at all. Young Master Bai was even more arrogant. As for the black man, he did not speak. He seemed to think that Qin Feng, this kind of poor ghost, disdained him to speak. A group of psychopaths. Darling, let's go. Go back to the room and have sex. They can only dream. Li Yi was very angry. She pulled Qin Feng and left. She also deliberately said some words to piss off Gao Feng and the others. The four people looked at Li Yi's seductive and sexy back. They all secretly swallowed their saliva. Looking at the tender model in their arms, the four people almost vomited. Young Master Bai, I like that woman. You go and get her for me. Qin Feng and the others just walked a few steps. The black man, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Young Master Bai's eyes suddenly lit up. He was very excited in his heart. Although young Master Bai and the others were all rich young masters of China, they were now in South Africa and on the Lisa No. 1 cruise ship. The three people did not dare to make trouble. However, this young Master Tiger was a local of South Africa. He had quite a lot of power. With his support, Gao Feng and the others were not worried at all. Hey, brat, come here. Our young Master Tiger has something to say to you. Gao Feng suddenly roared. Many people looked over here. However, those who could get on the Lisa No. 1 were people with some status. Seeing that there seemed to be a conflict here, no one was willing to come over and meddle. Qin Feng and the others stopped. Li Yi was very angry. She immediately retorted, Who are you calling brat? If you talk nonsense again, I won't be polite. Li Yi's figure was hot. Her character was even hotter. It made the hearts of young Master Tiger and the others more and more excited. Gao Feng did not care about Li Yi's threat. He looked at Qin Feng and sneered. Brat, are you still a man? What kind of ability is it to hide behind a woman? You bunch of idiots, I'll kick you to death. Li Yi was really angry. She rushed forward and was about to hit someone. However, Qin Feng pulled her back into his embrace and whispered in Li Yi's ear, Don't be agitated. This is Princess Lisa's ship. We haven't found the Firebird yet. We can't cause trouble. Li Yi finally regained some of her rationality. She laid in Qin Feng's embrace and complained, But they are two bastards. I can't hear them scold you. Qin Feng understood Li Yi's thoughts. He smiled and patted her head. He hugged Li Yi and walked towards Gao Feng and the others. Don't worry about them. I'll take care of them. Seeing that Qin Feng was about to make a move, Li Yi was extremely excited. Gao Feng and the others were still sneering like fools. They did not put Qin Feng in their eyes. Brat, are you deaf or mute? I've been calling you for a long time. Are you trying to cause trouble? Just as Qin Feng walked over, Gao Feng reprimanded arrogantly. It was as if he was a big brother lecturing a little brother. Li Yi was extremely angry. However, Qin Feng secretly pinched Li Yi's perky butt and immediately calmed her down. She delicately laid in Qin Feng's embrace and did not care about this matter anymore. Why are you looking for me? Qin Feng smiled at Gao Feng and the others. There was no need to talk nonsense with them. Yo, brat, you're quite arrogant. Do you know who we are? I'm from the capital's Gao family. Seeing that you're from China, you should have heard of our Gao family. Gao Feng arrogantly stared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng thought for a moment and said, I've heard of it. I even know people from your Gao family. Gao Feng was slightly stunned. He suddenly laughed. Since you know the Gao family's name, then hurry up and let go of this beauty and scram. I've beaten up your Gao families, Gao Tianyao and Gao Feixiang. When the Gao family's elder saw me, he had to personally welcome me. Do you think I would care about you? Qin Feng acted as if he did not hear Gao Feng's threat and spoke as if he was talking to himself. Gao Feng was stunned. His heart beat wildly. Gao Tianyao and Gao Feixiang's status in the Gao family was much higher than his. Did this person really beat up his two cousins? Who was this person? Wen Zheng laughed loudly. He patted Gao Feng's shoulder and said, Young Master Gao, are you kidding me? Are you really scared by this brat's lies? This guy is dressed in inferior brands, and he looks unfamiliar. He's definitely not someone from China's rich young master circle. He's most likely here to scare you, because he's heard of your two cousins' names. Wen Zheng's words woke Gao Feng up. He immediately pointed at Qin Feng and yelled, Brat, you dare to fool me? Do you believe that I will find someone to break your legs? Qin Feng acted as if he couldn't see Gao Feng. His gaze fell on Wen Zheng. And who are you? Wen Zheng immediately stuck out his chest. He squinted at Qin Feng and said, I am the young master of the Wen family in the capital of China. Qin Feng shook his head and said, I have never heard of the Wen family. I guess you are at the bottom of the aristocratic families. Don't talk nonsense. Wen Zheng was angry. Qin Feng was right. The Wen family could not even be ranked among the 5 small families in the capital. Qin Feng looked at young Master Bai again. Qin Feng had never heard of the Bai family that this guy was from. After all, it was just the 3 rich young masters of the capital who were acting pretentious in front of Qin Feng. If this matter was known by the heads of the 3 families, they would definitely break the legs of these 3 people and remove their names from their families. Who are you? Qin Feng's sight finally fell on the black man. Gao Feng and the other 2 people seemed to regard this person as their leader. Young Master Bai did not need young Master Tiger to speak. Young Master Bai introduced him proudly. Brat, listen carefully. This is young Master Tiger, the young master of the Somali island. If you dare to offend him, one word from young Master Tiger will make you disappear in South Africa. Young Master Bai exaggerated enough. Qin Feng smiled and said, Somali Island? Isn't that the island dominated by the pirate group in the past? Brat, you have some knowledge. I am the son of the Somali pirate king, Thunder King. Young Master Tiger finally spoke. His words made Gao Feng and the other 2 people feel deep veneration. However, Leah covered her mouth and smiled. Qin Feng almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Thunder King had been dead for several days. Didn't this brat know? Chapter 1198. Seeing that young Master Tiger's father was already dead, and this brat was still acting cool here with a Thunder expression, Qin Feng and Leah almost cried from laughing. So it's the son of the Pirate King, then you're really amazing. I advise you to go home and take a look when you have time. Maybe the Somali pirates have already been destroyed. Qin Feng kindly reminded young Master Tiger. Young Master Tiger and the other 3 were stunned, and in the next moment they couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, what did this brat say? The pirates will be destroyed? I'm dying of laughter. Wen Zheng laughed so hard that his intestines could be seen. Gao Feng was also extremely happy. The Somali pirates have dominated South Africa for decades, and even the local government can't do anything about it. Is there something wrong with your brain? Young Master Tiger, don't bother with this stinking idiot. What does he know? How would he know how powerful young Master Tiger's family is? Young Master Bai had a playful expression as he spoke good words to young Master Tiger. As a local of South Africa, young Master Tiger was originally black. Now that his face was cold, it was so black that it could reflect light. Brat, you dare to curse our family's pirate group? Believe it or not, I'll kill you right now. As the son of a pirate, young Master Tiger had been arrogant and despotic on the sea since he was young. When had he ever been provoked? Also, this ship was Princess Lisa's private cruise ship. No matter how powerful the people on the ship were, they had to give Princess Lisa face. Otherwise, young Master Tiger and the others would have already attacked Chin Feng. If you want to fight, then come. If you don't dare to fight, then don't talk. I still want to roll in the sheets with my little lover. Don't interfere with my good things. Chin Feng didn't care about young Master Tiger and the others at all. If it wasn't because he had a mission and didn't want to cause trouble, these 4 people would already be dead. Chin Feng planned to let these 4 people go, but these 4 people were looking for death. They surrounded Chin Feng and glared at Chin Feng. Sticking brat, you want to leave after offending us? Do you think we're air? Young Master Tiger spoke first, and the other 3 Chinese young masters were immediately full of confidence. You want to leave? Leave this girl behind, and you can scram at any time. Wen Zheng stared at Leah. Gao Feng was also energized. We can't let this brat off so easily. Otherwise, he won't learn his lesson. Why don't we let him be our lackey for this period of time? Gao Feng's thoughts were truly sinister. Not only did he want to snatch away Chin Feng's woman, he also wanted Chin Feng to watch as Li Ye was played by them. However, this idea made young Tiger Master and the other 2 extremely excited, and they immediately expressed their approval. Haha, Gao Feng, this brat has a lot of ideas. I think we should do it this way. You, brat, quickly beg for mercy and admit your mistake, then be our henchman. Young Master Bai looked at Chin Feng with a smile and secretly glanced at Li Ye's long legs. Li Ye was about to explode in anger, just as she was about to kick these 4 idiots. Chin Feng laughed first. You want to take me in as your little brother? It's not impossible. At the very least, you have to have a strong point to conquer me, right? Otherwise, why would I want to be your underling? There was a faint smile on Chin Feng's face. In the eyes of young Tiger Master and the others, they thought that Chin Feng was trying to curry favor because he was afraid of admitting defeat. However, Li Ye was extremely excited in her heart because she understood Chin Feng too well. Every time Chin Feng revealed this kind of harmless smile, it meant that someone was going to be in big trouble. Hee hee. Does this fool want to challenge us? What do you guys say? Gao Feng laughed. Wen Zheng immediately stood up and stared at Chin Feng arrogantly. You want to compete? Then do you dare to play cards with me? Hearing about playing cards, Leah clapped her hands excitedly. She had never seen Chin Feng lose in cards before. Young Tiger Master and the others were dumbfounded. That Wen Zheng was an expert in cards. Why was Leah so happy? Was she eager for her boyfriend to lose? Everyone looked straight at Chin Feng, waiting for Chin Feng to agree, but Chin Feng shook his head. I don't want to play cards. Cards are too unchallenging. Let's change to something else. Just as Chin Feng finished speaking, young Master 4 and Leah sighed, but the reason for their sighs was very different. Humph! If you don't dare to play, then say that you don't dare to play. What challenge? Our young Master Wen is an expert in the gambling world. He can make you lose everything in a minute. Gao Feng glared at Chin Feng disdainfully. Li Yu was about to die from anxiety, but she discovered that Chin Feng had an indifferent expression. Stinking brat, then shall we compete in darts? Do you dare? Young Tiger Master suddenly spoke. Chin Feng thought about it. He had never played darts with anyone before, so this competition was not that boring. All right, then let's play darts. All right, if you lose, you will be our little brother. This woman will be ours in the future. Seeing that Chin Feng had agreed, young Tiger Master was extremely excited, as if he was afraid that Qin Feng would suddenly go back on his word. Gao Feng, Wen Zheng, and young Master Bai were also excited. The three of them were very clear about young Tiger Master's darts level. That was the level of a professional expert. Qin Feng actually dared to compete with young Tiger Master in darts? This was simply courting death. "Darling, can you do it?" Li Ye hugged Qin Feng's neck and was a little worried. She had never seen Qin Feng play darts before, so she was a little uncertain in her heart. Qin Feng slapped Lia's perky butt, which made Lia pout coquettishly. That charming and seductive voice tickled the hearts of young Tiger Master and the others. "You dare to say that your man can't do it? When can I not do it? After I take care of those 4 idiots. See how I take care of you." Qin Feng reprimanded Li Ye domineeringly. Li Ye was not angry at all. She even obediently lay in Qin Feng's arms and said coquettishly, "Darling, I know I'm wrong. I'll serve you well at night." While Qin Feng and Li Ye were flirting, young Tiger Master and the others were like the air being left aside. They were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. "Young Tiger Master, you have to perform well in a while and fiercely slap that grandson's face," Gao Feng said while gnashing his teeth. "Relax. Why are you still worried about young Tiger Master's dart skill? Let's wait to take that brat as our little brother and bully him every day." Wen Zheng was not worried and had a playful expression. Young Master Bai smiled even more sinisterly. He glanced at Li Ye's long legs and laughed. "And play with that brat's woman every day." Haha. The competition had not yet started, and young Tiger Master and the others were laughing non-stop as if they were sure to win this competition. "Brat, don't be wishy-washy. Let's start the competition now." Young Tiger Master could not wait any longer and walked towards the darts at the side. There were all kinds of entertainment facilities in the leisure area of the cruise, and there were many people gathered in the darts area. Young Tiger Master found an empty spot and immediately plucked out the 10 darts on the darts board. He handed 5 of the red darts to Qin Feng. "Brat, do you want to go first, or should I?" Young Tiger Master glared at Qin Feng and asked. Qin Feng glanced at the darts in young Tiger Master's hands, shook his head and said with a smile, "This darts is too childish. Let's not play darts," and directly changed to throwing knives. Throwing knives? Qin Feng's words scared young Tiger Master and the others. Even Li Ye was stunned for a moment. "Ha ha! Okay. Throwing knives is fun. Darling, let's play throwing knives." Li Ye quickly came back to her senses. She was not afraid of the matter. Anyway, with Qin Feng here, Li Ye felt that Qin Feng could settle it. "Fuck! Are you crazy? Throwing knives will kill you." Gao Feng came back to his senses and glared at Qin Feng in disdain. Wen Zheng also looked a little scared. "It's better to play darts. What's more, there are no throwing knives here." Swoosh! Just as Wen Zheng finished speaking, Qin Feng flipped his hand and 2 military knives appeared in his hands, as if he was performing a magic trick. Each of these military knives was 15 centimeters long. The blades flashed with a cold light and looked incomparably sharp. It gave Gao Feng and the others a fright. "Hey, you, why do you have a knife on you? Don't you have to search me when you board the ship? Stay away from me. Don't hurt me by accident. Otherwise, I won't let you off." The 4 of them were all idle, hedonistic young masters. When they saw knives, they trembled in fear. Li Ye looked at the 4 of them with disdain. Qin Feng smiled and said, "Let's compete with throwing knives. Do you dare?" It was young Master Tiger who asked Qin Feng if he dared to play darts. Now, it was Qin Feng's turn to look at young Master Tiger. Young Master Tiger was a little scared. He had never played with throwing knives before. However, how could he admit defeat in front of everyone? "Humph, let's play. I'm not afraid of you." Young Master Tiger pretended to be calm. "All right then, let's each have a military knife and stand 20 meters away. The one with the most rings wins." Qin Feng threw a military knife to young Master Tiger and said with a smile. Young Master Tiger's hand that was holding the knife trembled. He was about to die from anger. Stand 20 meters away and stand as a target? Are you fucking kidding me? 20 meters? Are you crazy? The standard darts competition is 5 meters. What can you see from 20 meters? Gao Feng shouted. Young Master Tiger, I think we should compete in darts. We have a better chance of winning with darts. Wen Zheng suddenly had a bad premonition. Is 20 meters very far? You guys are scared by this distance? Forget it. I don't want to compete with you. It's more interesting to go back and roll in the sheets with my little lover. When Qin Feng saw that the 4 of them were about to retreat, he indifferently hugged Leah and walked away. Young Master Tiger and the others were so angry that they blew their beards and glared at him. However, they could not refute him. Don't go. It's just 20 meters. I'll compete with you. Young Master Tiger suddenly shouted when Qin Feng was about to leave the lounge area. Oh, you changed your mind again. Then let's begin. Qin Feng walked back with Leah in his arms. The group of people stood 20 meters away from the target. It was young Master Tiger's first time throwing darts from such a distance. No, it was throwing knives. Young Master Tiger squinted his small eyes and stared at the dartboard on the wall. He could not even see the bullseye. After staring for a while, young Master Tiger felt his eyes were blurred. How the fuck am I supposed to do this? How about it? Are you ready? Qin Feng looked at young Master Tiger with a smile. Gao Feng, Wen Zheng, and young Master Bai were full of confidence in young Master Tiger's darts. Now that they stood 20 meters away, the 3 of them could not even let out a fart, let alone the bullseye. It would be good if they could even hit the target. Chapter 1199. Young Master Tiger wasn't letting the weak go first. He didn't have the confidence and threw the mess to Qin Feng first. Wen Zheng and the other 2 immediately understood young Master Tiger's meaning. Everyone was not optimistic about young Master Tiger, and even less optimistic about Qin Feng. At this distance of 20 meters, no one could hit the target. If Qin Feng went first, then as long as Qin Feng missed the target, young Master Tiger would win without hitting. Young Master Tiger is right. The weak go first. You weak scum, quickly hit. Gao Feng hurriedly echoed young Master Tiger's words and urged Qin Feng. Don't tell me you're scared. If you are afraid, quickly admit defeat. It's not shameful to lose to young Master Tiger. Wen Zheng and young Master Bai also shouted. Qin Feng clearly saw the 4 people's little thoughts, but he didn't care. I'll go first, then I'll go first. Xiaoya, do you want to play something more exciting? Qin Feng suddenly looked at Leah in his arms. Leah excitedly danced. Okay. Darling, how do you want to play? You go stand under the target with the balloon on your head. I'll poke the balloon with a knife. Just as Qin Feng finished speaking, young Master Tiger and the other 3 were so scared that they almost fell down. Was this brat a freaking madman? This kind of play would kill people sooner or later. Brat, don't mess around. What if you hurt the beauty? Gao Feng angrily glared at Qin Feng. He hadn't played with Lia's body yet. How could he let Qin Feng hurt Lia? Beauty, now you clearly see that brat's character. This kind of person is very dangerous. Maybe he is a perverted killing maniac. You should quickly come to our side and follow us in the future to be safe. Young Master Bai tempted Leah. Leah squinted at the 4 people and angrily roared. Are you all sick? I can play with my darling however I want. What can you do? Or are you afraid? If you're afraid, don't compete with my darling. Isn't it shameful to be so cowardly? Leah reprimanded the 4 young masters, and the 4 people's faces darkened. They did not stop Leah. If this woman wanted to die, then let her. However, Leah was not worried at all, and even laughed as she kissed Qin Feng. Darling, be more ruthless. You have to burst the balloon. Leah was already standing under the target with a balloon on her head. That tall and sexy figure made young Tiger Master and the other three's eyes light up. Qin Feng stood 20 meters away. To him, this distance was child's play. If he wasn't 100% confident, why would Qin Feng let Leah take the risk? Little Ya, are you ready? Qin Feng smiled at Leah and asked. All right, hurry up and do it. Leah's voice was filled with excitement, as if she couldn't wait to be alone. Qin Feng held the sharp military knife in his hand and was already aiming at Leah. Young Master, Hu, and the others' hearts were about to jump out of their throats. Were these two serious? Whoosh! At the same time the wind whistled, the balloon exploded. The crisp sound was crisp and clean, and the blade of the dagger had completely sunk into the wall. This slash was very powerful. If it went astray, wouldn't it stab Leah to death? After throwing the knife, Qin Feng stood aside as if nothing had happened. Young Tiger Master and the other three were dumbstruck. They didn't know if Qin Feng was really that powerful or a blind cat running into a dead mouse. Don't just stand there, it's your turn. Qin Feng looked at young Tiger Master with a smile. In the eyes of the four people, that smile was as terrifying as a demon from hell. Leah had already bounced back to Qin Feng's side, hugged Qin Feng's arm tightly and shouted, Darling, this is too fun. Can you stab me again? Young Tiger Master and the other three were about to die of depression, but Leah was addicted to playing. This was simply a naked slap in the face for the four of them. Cough, cough. Young Tiger Master, let's not play anymore. This brat is a madman. Let's not lower ourselves to his level. Gao Feng was arrogant and despotic in front of Qin Feng. He didn't put Qin Feng in his eyes at all, and now even his voice was trembling. Wen Zhang was no longer calm. His body trembled as he advised. I remember, we still have to go drink. Let's go quickly. The three Chinese young masters all retreated. Throwing knives from 20 meters away was not a joke. The main thing was that Leah dared to stand out and let Qin Feng stab her, but young Master Bai and the other two didn't want to stand out and let young Tiger stab them. TSA! How capable do you think you guys are? You're just a bunch of weaklings. With just this bit of courage, you have the nerve to challenge my darling. Aren't you guys ashamed? Leah swept her gaze across the four of them with a look of disdain. Young Master Bai and the rest felt that they had lost all their face. All right, since you guys don't dare to compete, then if you see me on this cruise in the future, just walk around. Don't act cool in front of me. Qin Feng said with an indifferent attitude. Young Master Bai and the other two were extremely angry, but thinking of their own personal safety, they chose to swallow their anger in the end. However, that young Tiger Master refused to admit defeat. He was the son of the Somali pirate king, Thunder King. When had he ever admitted defeat? Brat, don't go. Who said, I don't dare to compete with you? Isn't it just throwing knives? I've been playing with sharks in the sea since I was young. Young Tiger Master's words made Qin Feng and Leah laugh to death. This person really didn't have a draft when he boasted. Young Master Bai and the other two were scared half to death and hurriedly came up to persuade young Tiger Master. Young Tiger Master, let's not compete. Someone will die. Gao Feng was so scared that his face turned pale. Let that brat be proud for a while first. Let's go back and discuss the plan to deal with him. Anyway, everyone has been on this ship, and we are not afraid that he will run away. Wen Zhang was also making suggestions. Yeah, young Tiger Master, let's go quickly. That brat seems to really know how to play with knives. Do you know Shao Li Throwing Knife? Maybe that guy is the successor of Little Li Flying Dagger. Young Master Bai dared to say whatever he wanted by relying on young Tiger Master's ignorance of Chinese culture. Young Tiger Master's face was cold and black. All of you shut up. Which of you stand over there and be a target? I must compete with that brat. Young Tiger Master lost his temper. His roar scared young Master Bai and the other two so much that they almost knelt down. the thing they were most worried about really came. Ouch! I'm anemic, and I didn't eat anything in the morning. Now I don't even have the strength to stand up. Gao Feng suddenly screamed and fell directly to the ground and started to pretend to faint. Young Master Bai and Wen Zheng were stunned when they saw it. But when Zheng came back to himself first and immediately ran out. No, I need to go to the toilet. I will come back later. Gao Feng and Wen Zheng pretended to be dead and ran away, leaving young Master Bai stunned in the same place. Young Tiger Master glared at young Master Bai fiercely and shouted, "You don't want to find an excuse for me. Hurry up and stand with the balloon on your head, or I won't let you go out of South Africa." Young Master Bai looked like he was going to fight with young Master Bai. Young Tiger Master was so scared that he shivered. Here was South Africa, which was the territory of young Tiger Master. Even if young Master Bai was very reluctant in his heart, he could only choose to yield in the end. Young Tiger Master, can you do it? Don't stab me to death." Young Master Bai asked cautiously, "Don't talk nonsense. You have seen my technique of throwing darts. I always hit the target. What are you afraid of?" Young Tiger Master glared at young Master Bai and scolded. Young Master Bai was so sullen that he wanted to die. "What you threw was a dart, and you threw it from 5 meters away. Now you threw a knife and stood 20 meters away. How could it be the same?" Young Master Bai was still so scared in his heart, but he already went to stand by the wall with a balloon on his head. Young Tiger Master Bai hadn't even started to prepare the dart, but young Master Bai's legs were shaking badly. Dear, that black charcoal definitely can't do it. One knife will pierce the eyes of the idiot on the opposite side. I feel excited just thinking about it. Previously, the 4 young masters had always been suppressing and bullying Qin Feng, but Leah remembered it all in her heart. Now, it was finally time for her to vent her anger. Leah deliberately said those words to scare young Master White and young Master Tiger, scaring the 2 of them to the point of losing confidence. "You don't shake around. I'm going to make a move." Young Tiger Master's hand holding the military knife kept shaking like an 80-year-old old man. Young Master Bai shook even harder. He felt that he only had these last few seconds left in his life. "Young Tiger Master, hurry up, I can't hold on anymore." Young Master Bai cried and shouted. Young Tiger Master didn't hesitate. He waved his hand and the military knife turned into a cold light and shot out. Young Master Bai had already closed his eyes and prayed in his heart. Gao Feng, who fell on the ground and pretended to be dead, suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a smirk. He was lamenting his cleverness in his heart. Poochie! The sound of the military knife piercing into the skin spread out. Young Master Bai didn't feel anything at all, but the smile on the face of Gao Feng, who was lying on the ground, suddenly froze. He suddenly screamed, "Ouch! Pain! I'm dying of pain. Where did the knife come from? Who the hell stabbed me?" Gao Feng's screams attracted a lot of gazes. He was lying on the ground with a knife. A sharp dagger was inserted into Gao Feng's thigh. More than half of the blade had sunk into the flesh. Young Master Bai suddenly opened his eyes. Seeing the scene, he grinned and laughed. He finally saved his little life. Gao Feng finally understood. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. This young Tiger Master's knife level was too fucking bad. He actually stabbed his thigh? Haha, so funny. With this level, you have the nerve to compete with my deer in knife throwing. You guys should go home and practice for a few 100 years. Li Ye was amused to the point that she was convulsing. This group of people were simply clowns. Young Tiger Master's black face turned red. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. But how could he admit defeat like this? If he was slapped in the face by Qin Feng, young Tiger Master wouldn't be able to mingle in South Africa anymore. Just now that was just a warm-up. It's not a formal competition. Do you dare to compete again? This time, I definitely won't let you win. Young Tiger Master's words almost made young Master Bai, who had just regained his senses, almost faint. However, Leah clapped her hands excitedly. Okay, okay. Let's do it again. Who's afraid of you? Leah couldn't wait to play another round. She had already run to the wall with the balloon on her head. Qin Feng didn't even look at Leah. He casually threw the balloon, and it exploded. Leah was unharmed. Okay, this is a new round. I've already thrown everything. It's your turn again. Qin Feng threw the knife while looking at young Tiger Master with a smile. Everyone was stunned. Qin Feng's magical knife throwing skill was really amazing. It attracted a lot of people to come and watch. Young Tiger Master still hadn't regained his senses. He really couldn't keep up with Qin Feng's rhythm. Did this brat hit the balloon again? Why does it feel like child's play? To say that the previous round, everyone suspected that Qin Feng was a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. But this round, young Tiger Master finally understood. Qin Feng was indeed an expert at throwing knives. Chapter 1200. Young Tiger Master was forced to continue the competition. However, the one who was really stressed was not him, but young Master Bai, who was standing under the opposite wall with a balloon on his head. Young Master Bai thought that he had escaped a disaster in the last game. He did not expect that young Tiger Master Bai was completely crazy. This guy would not stop until he killed someone. Young Master Bai, don't worry. This time I will definitely aim and stab again. I won't stab your head. Young Tiger Master Bai was too nervous. He wanted to say some comforting words. As a result, young Master Bai was even more afraid after he finished his words. Being stared at by everyone, young Tiger Master Bai did not waste time. After taking a deep breath, he suddenly threw the knife. There was a scream. The knife had already left the normal track and went to the crowd. The crowd who watched the scene was scared and fled. Young Master Bai was so excited that his tears flowed out when he saw this scene. This was God's blessing for him. Hey? Why are you running? What's wrong here? When Zheng hid in the toilet for a while and walked back, he thought that the knife competition should be over. As a result, when he just walked to the side of the venue, he saw the crowd in chaos. Then a cold light flashed and fell directly on Wen Zheng's shoulder. Ow! What the fuck? Who's throwing knives? My arm is broken. Woo! Ambulance! Call the ambulance! Wen Zheng would never think that he had dodged for a long time, but still could not escape the knife of young Tiger Master. This young Tiger Master was also ruthless. The two knives were thrown to young Master Bai, but they stabbed Gao Feng and Wen Zheng, respectively. Wen Zheng's shoulder was like a small fountain. The blood was flowing. He had never seen such a situation in his life, and he fainted directly. Young Tiger Master and young Master Bai were stunned. Gao Feng, who fell to the ground and screamed, suddenly stopped screaming. Seeing Wen Zheng's miserable appearance, Gao Feng suddenly found his balance. The crowd was noisy, screaming and crying in a mess. Many people just came to watch. Until now, they had not figured out the situation. They thought that someone was robbing the ship. What's going on here? Everyone be quiet. A group of guards in iron armor came when they heard the sound. These people were the local people with black skin, holding shields and spears in their hands. They were dressed the same as the guards who checked the tickets when they boarded the ship. It seemed that they were the guards of Princess Lisa. Suddenly, more than 20 strong guards rushed over, and the crowd finally calmed down. Brother Imperial Guard, someone was stabbed. Some passengers had already told the Imperial Guard about the situation. All the guards were dumbfounded. He was stabbed? How did he get stabbed? All the passengers on board have been searched. It's impossible for them to bring weapons on board. He really got stabbed. Look, that unlucky kid's shoulder is still spurting blood. The guard quickly found Wen Zheng and Gao Feng on the ground. When he saw that there were really 2 sabers stabbed into their bodies, the guard was instantly enraged. Who brought this knife on board? A guard captain glanced at the crowd coldly. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to speak carelessly. Liya was nervous. This was Lisa #1 ship. If he were to fall out with Princess Lisa, then the plan to capture the Firebird would be completely ruined. Guard Captain, I know whose saber this is. Young Master, who had a stomach full of anger, suddenly jumped out. He finally found a way to suppress Qin Feng. Liya's heart was in her throat. She tightly held Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng's expression was indifferent. He patted the back of Liya's hand to signal her to be at ease. Whose? It's that brat's. I saw him take it out with my own eyes. Young Master, who fiercely pointed at Qin Feng. At this time, Young Master suddenly woke up. He also pointed at Qin Feng and said, That's right. I can testify that these 2 daggers were brought on board by that brat. More than 20 guards immediately surrounded Qin Feng and Liya. Young Master Hu and Young Master Bai's eyes flashed with a sneer, as if they had already seen the scene of Qin Feng being beaten on the spot. These 2 daggers were brought on by you. The guard captain walked to the opposite side of Qin Feng with his leather boots. His expression was dignified and fierce. No, Qin Feng said indifferently. You're talking nonsense. These 2 sabers were taken out by you. Young Master Bai and I both saw it. Young Master, who suddenly became excited and fiercely glared at Qin Feng. The guard captain was clearly annoyed by the noisy Young Master Hu. He coldly glared at him, and Young Master, who immediately shut his mouth. These sabers were indeed taken out by me, but I didn't bring them on board. When boarding the ship, everyone has to be searched. How could I bring the murder weapon on me? I picked up this knife in the restaurant. I thought it looked good, so I put it on. As for the person who stabbed people with the knife, it wasn't me, it was that person. Qin Feng looked at Young Master Hu and threw all the blame on Young Master Hu with a few words. Young Master Hu was stunned, because what Qin Feng said was not false at all. Everyone saw that it was Young Master Hu who stabbed people with the knife. Brat, you dare to commit murder on Lisa 1? Arrest him and break his hands and feet. The guard captain's face turned cold and immediately gave the order. More than 20 people raised their spears and pointed at Young Master Hu, scaring him to the point that he almost knelt down. Guard captain, I was just playing around. I didn't commit murder. Those people are my friends, and they willingly let me stab them. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Young Master Hu hurriedly explained. Gao Feng and Wen Zheng both woke up. When they heard Young Master Hu's words, they were extremely depressed. Who the hell was willing to let you stab them? Would you be willing to let your elder stab you? However, they had a stomach full of grievances, but they didn't dare to say it. They had to smile and help Young Master Hu explain. Guard Captain, Young Master Hu is right. We're good friends, and we were just playing around here. Gao Feng smiled. Right. We willingly let ourselves be stabbed. When Zheng's smile was uglier than crying, the guard captain's face darkened, and he angrily rebuked. What do you think Lisa 1 is? Do you think you can mess around whenever you want? What if you stab other passengers? Give them a good beating so that they'll learn their lesson. The Lisa 1 was Princess Lisa's private cruise ship. There were hundreds of guards guarding the cruise ship. Princess Lisa had the final say here, and these guards were also arrogant. No matter what status you had, once you boarded the Lisa 1, you would be treated the same. More than 20 guards had already taken action. 5 people surrounded Young Master Hu and his 3 friends and began to beat them violently. Wen Zheng and Gao Feng had just been stabbed, and now they were trampled. They felt so wrong that their tears fell down. Young Master Bai was beaten angrily and shouted at the guard, You stop quickly. Do you know who Young Master Hu is? He is the son of Pirate King, Thunder King. You should be careful. The guards who were beating were suddenly stunned. They didn't expect that someone dared to be ruthless on Lisa 1. Did they not want to live anymore? Young Master Bai misunderstood the behavior of these people. He thought that the guards were scared when they heard the name of Young Master Hu. He quickly continued, Now you know to be afraid. Quickly help me up. Fuck! The son of Pirate King? Help you up? I will kill you. The guards quickly came back to their senses, and they stomped more fiercely. They beat young master by so hard that he almost shit out. Is this idiot coming to South Africa? The pirate group was destroyed a few days ago, and he still uses the name of Thunder King to scare people? Humph. Even if Thunder King is still here, what is he? In front of our Princess Lisa. He doesn't even deserve to carry shoes. A group of guards beat and scolded, beating the 4 people to death. Earlier, Chin Fong had told young Master Tiger and the others that the pirate group had been destroyed, but the 4 of them didn't believe him. Now that the guard said this, young Master Tiger was completely dumbfounded. Could Dad and the pirate group really have been destroyed? This group of guards was merciless. They knocked out young Master, Hu, and his 3 friends in a minute. The captain of guards had been standing aside with a cold face. Seeing that young Master Hu and his 3 friends were almost beaten to death, he said lightly, "Okay, throw these 4 people into the warehouse. Don't affect the entertainment and rest of other guests." As the captain of guards gave an order, 8 of the guards immediately took young Master Hu and his 3 friends and left. The captain of guards didn't leave and came to Chin Fong. "You are also a troublemaker. Beat him." It turned out that the captain of guards hadn't forgotten about Chin Fong. With an order, the remaining dozen or so guards surrounded him. Liu was so scared that her face paled. She had already gotten into a fighting stance. Chin Fong pulled Liu behind him and coldly looked at the incoming guards, as if he was looking at a group of dead people. "Stop!" Just as Chin Fong was about to raise his hidden hand, a pleasant voice suddenly sounded. It was spoken in English. The expressions of the arrogant and despotic guards changed drastically. It was as if they had encountered a devil. They immediately retreated into a row and lowered their heads without moving. The crowd parted to form a path. The guard captain panicked and respectfully went forward to greet the newcomer. 4 strong men walked in from the cabin next door. The 4 of them carried a golden sedan chair. Through the red gauze curtains, they could faintly see a woman sitting inside. The woman's entire body was covered with golden accessories. She wore a golden crown on her head, and a curtain of golden beads covered her face. "Princess Lisa has arrived. Everyone quickly kneel." The captain of guards walked to the side of the golden sedan chair and immediately knelt. The 20 or so guards also knelt. The passengers were all stunned. Princess Lisa had actually come? Everyone fought for tickets to the Lisa one every year. Other than the banquet, business, and entertainment, the most important thing was to see Princess Lisa. It was said that Princess Lisa was as beautiful as a fairy. As long as a man had seen her face, he would never look at any other woman. Princess Lisa had also reached the age of marriage. Many rich and powerful people wanted to try their luck. If they could catch the eye of this South African royal princess, they would enjoy endless glory and wealth in the future. "Greetings, Princess Lisa!" Many passengers came back to their senses and hurriedly knelt down. On this Lisa One cruise ship, Princess Lisa was the king. The 100 or so people in the cabin all knelt down, leaving only Chin Fong and Leah standing in place. Actually, Leah had long been stunned by this scene. She was a little uncertain in her heart, as if Princess Lisa had magic. Leah almost knelt down as well, but she was supported by Chin Fong. "Stinking brat, why aren't you 2 kneeling? If you don't kneel, you'll be executed immediately." The captain of guards turned his head and looked at Chin Fong. He was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head. Princess Lisa's pleasant voice sounded out again. "Emo, there's nothing for you here. Take your people and leave." Chapter 1201. Mord grabbed a spear and was about to rush forward and stab Chin Fong to death. Halfway through, he was shocked. Princess Lisa was going to let go of the Chinese man in front of him. "Princess Lisa, these 2 are causing trouble on the cruise ship. Why aren't they kneeling when they see the princess?" Mord was puzzled. He didn't know what was wrong with Princess Lisa today. Usually, Princess Lisa was cold and arrogant, even though the people on the Lisa 1 cruise ship were all rich and powerful people and high-ranking officials from all over the world. No one had ever entered Princess Lisa's eyes. This was the first time Maud had seen the princess let go of a person since she had followed Princess Lisa. "Maud, are you questioning my order? If you dare to speak out of turn, I'll immediately throw you into the sea to feed the fishes. Hurry up and get out of here." Princess Lisa's voice was cold. She was suddenly enraged. The temperature in the cabin seemed to be about to freeze. A group of guards and passengers knelt on the ground and shivered in fear. No one saw Princess Lisa's appearance clearly, and no one dared to peek inside the golden palanquin. "Princess Lisa, spare my life. I'll disappear immediately." As one of the head guards, Mord was so arrogant and despotic just now. He didn't even put young Master, who, the son of the Thunder King, in his eyes. If he wanted to beat him, he would beat him. But now he was scared witless by Princess Lisa's words. Not long after, he disappeared with more than 20 guards. Mord and the others left, but the passengers kneeling on the ground didn't dare to get up. Princess Lisa's golden palanquin didn't hurry to leave either. Princess Lisa seemed to be sizing up Qin Feng through the gauze curtain. The atmosphere was deathly silent. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone was scared to death. Every year, many people were thrown into the sea to feed the fishes by Princess Lisa. The young man and woman who dared to stand were definitely done for. "Go back." After a long silence, Princess Lisa's pleasant and indifferent voice came from behind the gauze curtain again. The 4 strong men continued to stride forward as if nothing had happened here. Princess Lisa had been gone for a few minutes, but the cabin was still immersed in silence. The tourists all knelt on the ground. Finally, a few people came back to their senses and began to stand up. What happened just now? Princess Lisa didn't kill that pair of young people? Keep your voice down. Princess Lisa is obviously here to help those 2 people. What? Someone who could be helped by Princess Lisa? Who were those 2 people? He looks like he's from China. I think the princess is helping that Chinese man. Don't tell me she has taken a fancy to that guy. Instantly, the sounds of discussion rose everywhere. Everyone was confused by Princess Lisa's abnormal actions. When they thought that the princess might have taken a liking to Qin Feng, a group of men cast envious, jealous, and hateful gazes at Qin Feng. Why was this brat's life so good? "Qin Feng, what's going on? Are you hiding something from me?" Qin Feng had already pulled Leah to a place where no one was around to sit down. Just as Leah regained her senses, she had endless questions. "I don't know. I'm also puzzled." Qin Feng was also gloomy. He didn't know any Princess Lisa at all. Li Yikai didn't believe Qin Feng's words. She narrowed her eyes and glared at Qin Feng. "Tell me honestly, did you have an affair with Princess Lisa? You play boy. You've even started your business in South Africa? You're good." Qin Feng was extremely depressed after being questioned by Leah. It would be fine if Qin Feng had really slept with Princess Lisa, but Qin Feng didn't even see her appearance clearly. "Don't think too much. I don't know Princess Lisa. If there really is a relationship, there's no need for me to hide it from you." Qin Feng pulled Leah into his embrace and hugged her. Leah thought about it and agreed. There were a lot of beauties around Qin Feng. He had never been secretive. He had always been open and above board when picking up girls. "Since you don't know Princess Lisa, why are you helping us?" How strange. Leah was puzzled, and Qin Feng couldn't figure it out either. However, at this moment, a familiar voice sounded. "Huh. Young Master Feng, are you picking up girls here? No wonder I couldn't find you in your cabin." Qin Feng didn't need to turn his head to know that it was Ali. He whispered into Li Ye's ear, "The target has appeared. Don't expose yourself." Just as he finished speaking, Qin Feng stood up and turned to welcome him. "Haha, Brother Ali, What did Big Brother Firebird say? Lee's gaze fell on Leah's body, and he couldn't help but glance at Leah's long legs. He then stared at Leah's face for a while, and after confirming that he had never seen this woman before, he continued to smile. Young Master Fong, Big Brother Firebird is waiting for you in the cabin. I'll bring you over. Chin Fong hugged Leah, and his large hands unrestrainedly pinched Leah's body. Leah had a bashful expression as she laid in Chin Feng's embrace, acting just like the other young models on the ship. Li was already leading the way, and Chin Fong and Leah followed behind. After walking for a while, Li suddenly stopped. Hee. Young Master Fong, you know that our boss is very cautious. The girl you found is really not bad, and her figure is sexy enough. How about young Master Fong let the girl return to your cabin and wait for you? You can go back and have fun after seeing the boss. Li did not plan to bring Leah over. A hint of disappointment flashed in Leah's eyes, but she quickly recovered her smile. Hee. Young Master Fong, then I'll go back first. You have to come back quickly. I'll serve you well. As a Hong Kong senior inspector, Leah's ability to adapt to changing circumstances was very strong. She kissed Chin Fong on the cheek, turned around, and left. When she passed by Ali, she intentionally threw him a flirtatious look. Brother Ali, can you continue to lead the way now? After Leah left, Chin Fong smiled and looked at Ali. Of course, let's go. The lounge of the Lisa No. 1 cruise ship was very luxurious. Every cabin was well equipped and spacious. Under Li's lead, the two of them walked into a luxurious cabin. There was even a gym, a swimming pool, and so on. Big Brother Firebird, it's so hard to see you. After entering the cabin, Chin Fong saw the Firebird lying on the sofa and smoking a cigar leisurely. He even had 2 naked black women in his arms. When the Firebird saw that Chin Fong did not get up, it glanced at him indifferently and smiled. Yo, young Master Fong is here. You two go and serve young Master Fong. Just as the Firebird finished speaking, the 2 sexy black cows walked over with a smile. They stepped close to Chin Fong and rubbed their bodies against him, disgusting him to death. Hee. These are Big Brother Firebird's playmates. I'm not playing with them. Chin Fong walked around the 2 black women and sat on the sofa opposite the Firebird. Oh, right. When will Big Brother Firebird take me to inspect the goods? The Firebird waved its hand, and the 2 black women immediately retreated. However, Ali did not leave. He stood at the side like a stone statue. Young Master Fong, the goods are already on this cruise ship. Don't worry. Pay me the balance first, and I can take you to inspect the goods any time, the fake Firebird said with a smile. Big Brother Firebird, you're wrong. We agreed in the villa in Mauritius that I'll pay the deposit first, and then you'll take me to inspect the goods. I'll only pay the balance after I inspect the goods and ensure the quality of the goods. Chin Fong poured himself a glass of red wine and sipped it. He was not courteous with the Firebird at all. The Firebird's expression was cold. After a while it said, Ali, take young Master Fong to inspect the goods. Ali immediately walked over and said, Young Master Fong, please follow me. Big Brother Firebird, aren't you coming? Chin Fong looked at the fake Firebird with a smile. I've just satisfied those 2 women, so I'm a little tired now. It's the same if Ali takes you there. You're here to inspect the goods, not to inspect me. The Firebird said impatiently. Chin Fong had bought a talisman of clairvoyance from the system before he entered the cruise ship, but he did not see anyone else in the cabin. Chin Fong knew that the Firebird before him was a fake, but the real Firebird did not show up. This left Chin Fong at a loss of what to do to avoid arousing the fake Firebird's suspicion. Chin Fong left the cabin with Ali. The 2 of them went to the cargo hold. Chin Fong saw young Master Tiger and the other 3. They were beaten black and blue and were thrown into the cargo hold like garbage. They were still unconscious. To Chin Fong, inspecting the goods was just for show. He casually inspected a few boxes of goods and was done with it. Young Master Feng, now that the goods have been inspected, can you make the final payment? Li said to Qin Feng with a smile. How could Qin Feng pay the final payment? Once the fake Firebird received the money, it would never see Qin Feng again, and the trail to find the real Firebird would be cut off. Qin Feng did not find anything after boarding the Lisa No. 1 for so long. He even suspected that the real Firebird did not board the cruise ship at all. Haha, don't worry, Brother Ali. The goods are still on the cruise ship, so I won't let you steal them, right? After all, 1 billion is a big sum. I'll ask my men to transfer the money to you when I get back. As long as I can transfer the money to you before the cruise ship reaches Hong Kong. Qin Feng tried his best to delay the fake Firebird. The smile on Ali's face froze, and he said unhappily, Young Master Feng, we've agreed to pay after inspecting the goods. Our boss won't be happy if you do this. Qin Feng's face turned cold. What's there to be unhappy about? I've already transferred the 20 million deposit to him, and the goods are still on the ship. I haven't touched them. Are you guys afraid that I'll run away? Then wouldn't my 20 million be for naught? Qin Feng's words were reasonable, and Ali was speechless. But what? This is only our first time working together. As long as we work well together, I'll purchase goods from your boss every year. Your current attitude is making me unhappy, Qin Feng interrupted Ali. Li stammered for a long time and did not know what to say. All right, I can't make the decision. I'll go back and tell the boss. Wait for my call. Li left first with a cold expression, and Qin Feng returned to his own cabin. Chapter 1202. Qin Feng, how's the situation? Just as Qin Feng returned to his cabin, Leah anxiously ran over. Qin Feng drank a mouthful of water and leaned on the bed. I still haven't seen the real Firebird. I only saw Ali and the black man pretending to be the fake Firebird. Ali has already brought me to inspect the goods. Right now, the fake Firebird is in a hurry to make me pay the rest of the money. If we delay for too long, they will probably become suspicious. Qin Feng explained the situation to Leah in detail. Leah sat on the bed and began to ponder. This Firebird is really cunning. Could it be that he didn't even board this ship? Leah frowned and couldn't help but worry. This was also the problem that Qin Feng was most worried about. If the true Firebird wasn't on this ship, then all his recent efforts would have been in vain. I can't say for sure. I keep feeling that the fake Firebird is the same as the real one. If it wasn't for the secret information from the Hong Kong police, I would have thought that the black man was the real Firebird. Qin Feng was a little suspicious of the information from Hong Kong, but Li said firmly, Darling, the information is definitely not fake. That Firebird can't be a local from South Africa. You've seen his photo as well. Did you see him in the fake Firebird's room? I've looked through the entire room. There's no man in the photo, Qin Feng said. Leah was immediately depressed. She sat on the bed dejectedly. She had just finished showering and was wearing a white muslin robe. Her sexy body was faintly discernible. Previously, Qin Feng was concerned about the Firebird, but now his gaze was fixated on Leah. Darling, what are you looking at? Is there something dirty on me? Leah was frightened by Qin Feng's gaze and subconsciously looked at herself. You can't tell if there's anything dirty on you. If you want to touch it. Qin Feng laughed evilly and suddenly pounced on her. Leah finally understood what Qin Feng meant. Her face flushed red, but she quickly blended into this ambiguous atmosphere and took the initiative to hug Qin Feng's neck tightly. Darling, why did you stop? Just as they were about to heat up, Qin Feng suddenly stopped. Leah looked at Qin Feng with a charming gaze. However, Qin Feng had already calmed down, and a conversation sounded from his body. Boss, that brat didn't pay the rest. Fuck. What does this brat want? His identity is correct, right? Don't cause any trouble. The voices belonged to Li and the fake Firebird. Leah originally wanted Qin Feng, but at this moment she suddenly woke up. What's going on? Li stared at Qin Feng dumbstruck. She had no idea what was going on. Why did Li and the Firebird's voices come from Qin Feng's body? Qin Feng made a shushing gesture. As he listened to the conversation on the other side, he said, quietly, I put a listening device on Ali. Li's expression immediately changed. As a senior inspector in Hong Kong, she knew a lot about listening devices. Not good. That listening device will be discovered by Ali sooner or later. My dear, you will expose our identities like this. Li was extremely worried. Even if the listening device was the smallest, it would still be discovered when he changed clothes. As the Firebird's right-hand man, Ali was naturally very vigilant. Once he realized that he was bugged, the first person he would suspect would be Qin Feng. Qin Feng had naturally thought of these things, but he said with a calm expression, Don't worry, my listening device is super high-tech, normal people won't be able to detect it. What Qin Feng said was the truth. He spent 2,000 Hedonist points to buy this listening device from the Star Technology interface. Qin Feng was extremely confident in the products of the Star Technology interface. Qin Feng still had 40,000 Hedonist points left. He wanted to save up 2 million Hedonist points to open the Immortal Island realm, but he was still far from it. Leah didn't understand Star Technology, so she was still a bit worried. No matter how powerful the technology is, it will still be discovered. We should quickly remove the listening device from Ali's body, or else our identities will be exposed sooner or later. Just as Leah finished speaking, Qin Feng's body moved, and Leah immediately cried out, My dear, why you're annoying? Qin Feng moved again and said overbearingly, I said I won't be discovered, so I won't be discovered. Are you doubting my ability? Wait until I hear what these two guys are talking about. I'll take care of you later. Qin Feng hugged Leah, and Leah shyly lay in Qin Feng's embrace. The two of them calmed down and eavesdropped on the conversation. When did that brat say he'll pay the rest? The fake Firebird's voice sounded. He said he's moving the funds and will pay before the cruise reaches Hong Kong. Li said halfway, then added, Boss, does this guy not want to pay? He's not playing any tricks, is he? The fake Firebird suddenly laughed coldly. He dares not to pay? I can kill him in a minute. This brat's money is a small matter. How's the arrangement for that matter going? When we control the entire ship, he'll still obediently pay. The Firebird suddenly asked about another matter. Qin Feng and Leah looked at each other, not quite understanding. Boss, you don't have to worry about that matter. Our men have all boarded the ship and are stationed in the cabins to familiarize themselves with the terrain. When Princess Lisa holds the banquet tomorrow night, we'll start. Ali's voice was much lower. Clearly, he was talking about something important. The more Qin Feng and Leah listened, the more confused they became. This fake Firebird seemed to be doing something shocking. As long as we can control the Lisa #1, money will be endless like waste paper. Which one of the people on this ship isn't a big boss with assets of over $1 billion? These people are the most afraid of death. When the time comes, they'll all obediently hand over their assets, and we'll be able to spend the rest of our lives wantonly. The fake Firebird was so excited that it couldn't stop laughing. Ollie suddenly reminded him, Boss, this is Princess Lisa's private ship after all. There are more than 500 guards on board. We can't be too complacent before we succeed. If we're not careful, we'll be finished. Hearing Ali's words, Firebird's laughter disappeared and her voice became solemn. You're right. We have to be careful in this matter. If we really fail in the end, have those people jump into the sea and escape. We cannot leave any evidence behind. Boss, don't worry. I'll explain this in detail, Ali said seriously. Okay, then focus on this matter. As for that idiot young Master Feng, don't worry about him. We'll take care of him after we control the cruise. It had been a while since Qin Feng made a sound. Footsteps came from the front. It seemed like Ali had already gone to take care of business, and the fake Firebird was probably resting in the room. Qin Feng and Leah looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. Darling, are these people crazy? They want to rob the Lisa #1? Leah exclaimed after she came back to her senses. Qin Feng didn't expect the situation to change so suddenly. This fake firebird was really bold to think of such an idea. However, Qin Feng quickly figured out some things. The plan to rob the Lisa #1 was obviously not the fake firebird's idea. It was most likely the real firebird's idea. From the looks of it, the real firebird must be on this cruise. Darling, what should we do now? Lee, you didn't even catch the firebird. Now that they encountered an even bigger problem, she was a little flustered. Qin Feng, on the other hand, had already calmed down and thought about many things. Xiaoya, this is actually a great opportunity for us. I suspect that the real firebird is on the ship, and he is secretly controlling the hijacking of the cruise. We'll pretend that we don't know anything for now, and when the firebird makes his move, he will show himself. At that time, I'll take him down. Qin Feng quickly thought of a new plan. After Leah heard it, she also felt that it was a brilliant plan. However, as a senior inspector of Hong Kong, Leah started to worry about the safety of the passengers on the cruise, as well as Princess Lisa and the others. Darling, the Firebird must have arranged a lot of experts on the ship this time. When the time comes, you have to stop them, if not it will cause a lot of trouble. Leah looked at Qin Feng coquettishly. Qin Feng originally didn't care about the safety of the passengers on the ship. But since Li had taken the initiative to say it, Qin Feng couldn't just leave them to die. If we want to save the people on the ship, we'll have to completely suppress Firebird's subordinates. We have to tell Princess Lisa about this in advance, so that her guards can be fully prepared and act out this play with us. Qin Feng changed his plan once again. Leah nodded her head. Yes, yes. We have to tell Princess Lisa, and let her prepare in advance. All right, isn't Princess Lisa your old flame? Quickly go talk to her. Leah looked at Qin Feng excitedly. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. When did Princess Lisa become my old flame? I don't know her. You really don't know her? Then why did Princess Lisa help you earlier? Li, you still didn't quite believe the relationship between Qin Feng and Lisa. Qin Feng was also very depressed. Could it be that the royal princess was attracted by his charisma and handsome appearance? It's fine if you don't know her. That princess seems to have a soft spot for you. If you go and find her, she'll definitely be willing to see you. Liya's body moved on Qin Feng's body, trying to curry favor with him. I can't go now. Didn't Ali and the fake Firebird say that Princess Lisa will hold a banquet tomorrow night and will inform her in advance? If we spread the news now, it's very likely that it will be leaked. Who knows? Maybe one of Princess Lisa's guards is from the Firebird. Qin Feng's analysis was clear and logical. Even Leah, the high-ranking inspector of Hong Kong, was stunned. She realized that Qin Feng's thinking was even more meticulous than hers. If Qin Feng became a police officer, then all the bad guys in the world would be like the end of the world. The eavesdropping this time allowed Qin Feng and Leah to obtain an important clue. The two of them had already come up with a plan to find an opportunity to inform Princess Lisa at the banquet tomorrow night. Then they would join forces with Lisa's guards to capture the Firebird and rescue the passengers. Darling, then what should we do now? After discussing the plan, Leah looked at Qin Feng with a charming expression. Qin Feng moved his body and laughed evilly. Of course, I'll take care of you first. Chapter 1203. After finding out about the Firebird's important plan, Qin Feng and Leah stayed in the cabin for an entire day and night, not going out to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Leah had completely witnessed Qin Feng's strength. It was as if Qin Feng did not know how to be tired. Leah felt like she was about to die. She really wanted to call Sister Lucy over to replace her for a while. Darling, it's about time. Let's quickly go to the banquet tonight. Leah had forgotten how many times she had begged Qin Feng for mercy. Qin Feng did not listen to her begging for mercy, but now that the time was really up, Qin Feng finally stopped. Xiaoya, do you know how powerful I am now? Do you still dare to say that I can't do it in the future? Qin Feng lovingly caressed Li Ye's hair. Li Ye immediately nodded and said, I know. Darling, you're the best. Let's quickly put on our clothes. 20 minutes later, Qin Feng was wearing a handsome white suit, while Li Ye had changed into a red qipao. The two of them were like a golden couple, walking on the cruise ship, attracting the attention of many people. Tonight, Princess Lisa was holding a group banquet in No. 1 leisure area. Qin Feng and Li Ye had just walked over when they saw that the place was filled with people. The men in the crowd were either old CEOs or young, rich, second-generation heirs. Most of the women were young models in bikinis, but there were also some old and ugly rich women mixed in. These women were here to keep gigolos. Darling, according to my information, tonight's banquet will officially start at 8 o'clock, and the Firebird and the others will start moving tonight. You have to hurry up and see Princess Lisa, or else everyone on the boat will be in trouble. Li Ye's face was serious. Tonight's mission was very important. What's the program for tonight's banquet? Qin Feng also became serious. There's going to be a large-scale bet, and the final winner will have the honor of spending the night with Princess Lisa. Li Ye said, Humph. It seems like this Princess Lisa is not a good person either. Every year, she holds a banquet of the sea and sky, but in reality she is also earning money from the rich people of various countries. A cold smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. However, Li Ye did not care about Princess Lisa's thoughts. She only hoped that she could catch the true Firebird tonight and save the passengers on the ship. All right, let's go in and take a look. I'll help you settle this matter. Qin Feng looked at Li Ye's serious expression and lovingly hugged her waist. With Qin Feng's words, Li Ye's worried heart immediately calmed down. She had a lot of confidence in Qin Feng's strength. Yo, what kind of expert did Master Zhou bring over this time? It looks like they have quite the grandeur. Everyone in the crowd was conversing. A fat middle-aged man looked at a white-haired old man opposite him. The old man stood by the side with a man in a white suit. He chuckled and said, This is Russia's famous gambling expert, Number Ghost. I believe everyone has heard of him. Some exclamations came from the crowd. Ghost Teller was quite famous in the international gambling world. He was very sensitive to numbers. Later, he learned gambling and became a gambling expert. Seeing everyone's reaction, Master Zhou was very pleased. He looked at the fat middle-aged man and said, Boss Ma, what kind of awesome person did you bring this time? Boss Ma was not afraid when he saw Number Ghost. He pointed to a blonde beauty behind him and said, This is Madame Hong Mei, a famous gambling expert in the United States. Because most of the people in the gambling world are men, Madame Hong Mei's reputation is even greater than Number Ghost. As soon as Boss Ma finished speaking, the crowd exclaimed again. So this was Madame Hong Mei. Master Zhou's expression suddenly turned cold. He glanced at Hong Mei and said disdainfully, TSK, what's the use of being famous? Your card skills are not as good as Number Ghost. Tonight is a card game, not a beauty contest. The two of them started to quarrel. However, at this moment, a rich young man from China walked over and said with a smile, Ha ha! Number Ghost and Hong Mei are nothing. They are ranked in the top 30 in the international gambling world. Let me introduce them to everyone. This is Hong Kong's gold medal dealer, Second Master He. He is ranked 16th in the international gambling world. As soon as Second Master He appeared, Master Zhou and Boss Ma immediately stopped quarreling. They were too ashamed to talk. Tonight's banquet was a card game. Most of these big bosses from all over the world were not proficient in card games, so they specially invited some experts in the card game world to help them win the championship of tonight's banquet and get the opportunity to spend a good night with Princess Lisa. Many international gambling experts appeared in the crowd. The scene was almost comparable to the annual King of Gambling Conference in Hong Kong. Haha, young Master Xiao is really awesome. You even invited Second Master He. It seems that the opportunity to spend a good night with Princess Lisa will be taken by you. Someone had already started to flatter young Master Shao, but another sarcastic voice also sounded at this time. Haha, Huaxia pigs are really arrogant. They dare to show off by finding a trash who is ranked 16th in the international gambling world. What a slap in the face! Everyone looked at the source of the voice and saw an American man with a high nose and blue eyes walking over. Behind him were two men, but no one knew who they were. These two are Fred and Parker. A sharp-eyed person in the crowd suddenly exclaimed. However, there are still many people who did not know the two, so they asked, "Who are Fred and Parker?" "Fut! Do you even pay attention to the international gambling world? You don't even know the two of them. They are known as the invincible heroes in the international gambling world. They are ranked third in gambling world." After knowing the names of Fred and Parker, the crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. Second Master He, who was invited by young Master Shao, had already shocked everyone. Now that a rich young master from the United States had invited the invincible heroes, what was the point of attending tonight's banquet? It was completely prepared for that rich young master from the United States. Hee, young Master Nick, you are still the best. You have made us Americans proud. These people were all standing in groups, with people from various countries standing together. Knowing that Nick had called for the invincible duo, those American CEOs and rich young masters were extremely excited. Even if they could not win, they should not let the goodies flow into their own fields. Young Master Shao instantly became listless. In front of the invincible heroes, Second Master, he did not even have the slightest chance of winning. After all, the difference in the international gambling world between the two was too big. The passengers from other countries sighed. The banquet had not started yet, and everyone was disappointed and sad. Hee, aren't they just the invincible heroes? They are nothing in front of our traceless gambling king. A sneer suddenly came from the crowd that had been silent for a long time. The crowd immediately opened up a path, and a Chinese man in his 50s swaggered over. He looked at Nick and the invincible duo with a look of intense disdain. Who is Traceless? He seems very powerful. The crowd started discussing again. Everyone's eyes fell on the middle-aged man and the man in the white suit beside him. Fut! Traceless, the number one in the international gambling world. He moves like lightning and changes cards without a trace. The Traceless Gambling King. Chapter 1204. Remember in 1 second pen? Learning this is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. Is this person really the international gambling king Traceless? He looks quite young. It seems that the opportunity to spend the night with Princess Lisa has been snatched by President Hao. Even the gambling king Wu Hing is here. Who can beat him? No. I heard that Traceless was defeated at the International Poker Conference held in Hong Kong some time ago. It seems like the new international gambling king has been replaced. Are you serious? What's the name of the new gambling king? Traceless' appearance had caused an uproar in the crowd. All sorts of rumors and gossip emerged like a tidal wave. The originally arrogant Nick's face was so cold that it looked like it was about to freeze. The invincible duo who were standing behind him were no longer as calm as before. The moment they saw Traceless, their hearts beat wildly. They had sparred with Traceless a few times, but they had never won against her. Hey, what are you all doing here? Make way. Just as the crowd was in a heated discussion, Lee shouted out with a slight complaint. Some people looked over, and when they saw Leah's beautiful appearance and sexy figure, their eyes lit up. What are you shouting for? No rules at all. Director Hao was currently enjoying the envious gazes and intense discussions from everyone, but was suddenly interrupted by Leah. He glared at Leah unhappily. Nick had a stomach full of anger and could not argue with Director Hao, so he shouted at Leah, "Stinking bitch, you guys don't need to come in. Tonight has nothing to do with you guys." Leah was immediately unhappy and said forcefully, "Why does it have nothing to do with us? My darling is the real gambling king. Those Tom, Dick, and Harry that you brought are nothing. Don't embarrass yourself here." Leah had always disliked people looking down on Chin Feng, so when she spoke, she was not polite at all. President Hao and Nick's faces darkened. Master Zhou, Boss Ma, and the others weren't happy either. Even if number one ghost, Tong Mei, and second master he were not as good as the invincible duo and Traceless, they were still experts in the gambling world. How could they be challenged by a young man and woman? You're saying that the invincible heroes I've invited are just some random people? Do you even understand the situation in the international gambling world? Nick shouted angrily. President Hao gave her a thumbs up and said, "I invited Traceless, the international gambling king. How dare you brag like that? I'd like to see who you invited. Don't tell me it's the man beside you. I think he hasn't even grown his hair yet he dares to participate in tonight's gamble?" President Hao's words were merciless and made many people laugh out loud. However, there were a dozen or so people in the crowd who didn't dare to laugh. These people were all big shots in the international gambling world. When they saw Chin Feng, they were so scared that they almost knelt down. Wasn't this the new gambling King Chin Feng who won the championship in Hong Kong? I didn't expect to meet you here, Senior. Greetings, Gambling King. Laughter could be heard everywhere, as if it would not stop for a while. At this moment, the ghosts that Elder Zhou brought with him suddenly walked in front of Chin Feng and respectfully greeted Chin Feng. After ghost counting came back to his senses, the dozen or so international gambling experts came to their senses, one after another, and surrounded Chin Feng. Senior Gambling King, I'm Hong Mei, an American card player. I didn't attend the card exchange in Hong Kong, but after watching the video of Senior Gambling King playing cards, I couldn't figure out your skills at all. If it's possible, please give me some pointers. Hong Mei is willing to be your disciple. Is it really young Master Chin? I didn't expect to meet you here. Since young Master Chin is also here tonight, I won't embarrass myself. Second Master, he cupped his hands at Chin Feng. Traceless was also surprised to see Chin Feng. Back in Hong Kong, the two of them worked together to put on a show. In the end, they captured the Wei family and Yamaguchi Gumi and stopped Yamaguchi Gumi's money laundering plan. Chin Feng had played with Traceless at that time. Chin Feng's speed at changing cards was so fast that even Traceless didn't notice it. Traceless didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Chin Feng. Hee. Looks like young Master Chin is going to spend the night with Princess Lisa tonight. I'm here to congratulate young Master Chin. Traceless chuckled as he greeted Chin Feng. Many of these people were Chin Feng's old friends. Chin Feng nodded at Second Master, he and Traceless in greeting. The crowd was stunned. The clamor and chatter completely disappeared, and the laughter was long gone. Hundreds of people gathered in leisure area number 1, but it was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Master Zhou's smile froze on his face, Boss Ma's jaw dropped to the ground, and young Master Zhao's eyes widened. Nick didn't really understand Chinese, so he didn't know what was going on. President Hao had thought that he would be able to spend the night with Princess Lisa tonight because he had invited Wang Wuhan. In the end, his fantasy had been shattered before the banquet had even officially begun. Traceless, Gambling King, what's going on? Chief Hao suddenly woke up and hurriedly asked Traceless. Traceless didn't have a master-servant relationship with Chief Hao. He merely took Chief Hao's money to help. Now that he saw Chin Feng here, how could he continue helping Chief Hao? I'm sorry, Chief Hao, but I won't be participating in tonight's gamble. Traceless said, why not? We've agreed that I've already paid the deposit for your appearance. Chief Hao's expression changed drastically. He felt that Chin Feng wasn't simple. I'll return the deposit to you. You should find someone else. Traceless' attitude was firm as he directly rejected Chief Hao. Who would dare to make a move in front of Qin Feng? Traceless, Gambling King. Do you think the appearance fee is too low? Name a price and I'll give you more. Chief Hao's expression darkened. He thought Traceless wanted to rip him off at the last minute. Traceless shook his head and smiled bitterly. He couldn't be bothered to explain more to Chief Hao. At this time, the other gambling experts also expressed their opinions. Master Zhou, I'm withdrawing from tonight's gamble, Numberless Ghost said firmly. With Gambling King Qin here, how could we juniors dare to embarrass ourselves? I still want to be his disciple. Boss Ma, please find someone else. Haha, I didn't think I'd see young Master Qin and Grandmaster Traceless on this cruise ship. After tonight, the three of us should have a drink together. Second Master, he chuckled as he stroked his beard. More than 10 gambling experts announced their withdrawal from tonight's competition. Only Parker Chung and Fred were left in a daze for a long time. At the Hong Kong Gambling Kings Conference, the Invincible Duo's opponents were Qin Feng and Leah. However, Leah used a disguise, so the two didn't recognize her. However, Qin Feng's appearance was unchanged. The Invincible Duo's bodies trembled the moment they saw Qin Feng. Huh, isn't this Freon and Reptile? I didn't think I'd see you guys here. It seems like you guys don't plan to withdraw. Then let's play a few rounds. Qin Feng hugged Leah and walked in front of the Invincible Duo with a smile. The two suddenly came to their senses. How would they dare to gamble with Qin Feng? At the Hong Kong Gambling Kings Conference, they felt that Qin Feng cheated. However, after the incident, they took out the surveillance footage and played it 50 times slower. They still couldn't find any evidence of Qin Feng cheating. Gambling King Qin, you must be joking. We're no match for you. We'll withdraw from tonight's competition as well. Fred and Parker Chung quickly announced their withdrawal. They didn't want to embarrass themselves in public. The people gathered here were the CEOs and aristocratic families from various countries. They were all dumbfounded by Qin Feng's sudden appearance, especially when they saw Traceless lowering her head to Qin Feng and the Invincible Duo greeting Qin Feng with a smile. Even after being called Freon and Reptile, they couldn't understand Qin Feng's identity anymore. Since everyone is giving me face, then I won't be unreasonable. Tonight, I'm here to spend a good night with Princess Lisa. Qin Feng publicly stated his intention. Now, Traceless and the other international gambling experts would not participate in the competition. The group of wealthy CEOs all had bitter faces. They spent a lot of money to invite these international gambling experts. But in the end, they were all scared out of their wits and withdrew before the game even started. The atmosphere in the spacious leisure zone number 1 fell into a strange silence. The originally high-spirited crowd was now as depressed as if someone had died in their family. Princess Lisa has arrived. Everyone, quickly kneel and pay your respects. A majestic roar suddenly came from the entrance of the leisure zone. The originally quiet hall was suddenly stirred. Everyone looked towards the door. 2 rows of guards came in first, followed by 4 strong men carrying a golden palanquin. Behind the palanquin were 2 rows of guards wearing silver armor and holding long spears. The formation was very intimidating. Greetings, Princess Lisa. After the guards and the golden sedan chair entered the hall, the 2 rows of guards took the lead to kneel and pay their respects. The wealthy businessmen who came from various places suddenly came to their senses and knelt on the ground, one after another. Hundreds of people knelt, including Traceless and the other international gambling experts. This was the rule of Lisa number 1 cruise ship. On this ship, Princess Lisa was the king. Anyone who saw her had to kneel and pay their respects. If you don't accept this rule, you don't have to board the ship. What's wrong with you two? Why aren't you kneeling when you see Princess Lisa? The crowd knelt, but 2 people stood ramrod straight as if they didn't see anything. One of the guards raised his spear and glared at Qin Feng and Leah. Seeing this, Amode broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly ran over to stop his companion. You're crazy. That man is the Huaxia brat that Princess Lisa has her eyes on. Yesterday, he didn't kneel when he saw the princess. I was going to teach him a lesson, but I was reprimanded by the princess. Emo Dao explained the situation. The expression of the guard who was acting ruthlessly with Qin Feng and Liu changed greatly. He hurriedly retracted his spear and pretended that nothing had happened. Everyone continued to kneel on the ground and didn't dare to get up. Qin Feng hugged Liu and leisurely stood at the side, drinking red wine as if nothing had happened. Chapter 1205. Remember in 1 second pen? Learning this is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. Yesterday afternoon, Qin Feng, young Master Hu, and the others had caused trouble, which led to Princess Lisa. At that time, everyone knelt when they saw Princess Lisa's golden palanquin. But Qin Feng turned a blind eye to it. However, not many people saw this. At this moment, almost all the passengers were gathered in leisure zone number 1. Most of them had never seen Qin Feng before. When they saw his arrogant and ignorant behavior, a wave of discussion spread. Who the hell is this person? How dare you not kneel in front of Princess Lisa? Humph! Who did he think he was? How dare he act big in front of Princess Lisa? Let's see how he dies. Ha! This kid was thrown into the sea by Princess Lisa to feed the fishes. In that case, the international gambling expert that everyone invited doesn't have to withdraw from the competition. We still have hope tonight. No one was optimistic about Qin Feng. Those who were able to board the Lisa number 1 cruise ship were all powerful people. No matter how arrogant they usually were, they had to be obedient on this cruise ship. This ship belonged to Princess Lisa, and there were more than 500 of Princess Lisa's bodyguards on board. How dare they behave atrociously on this ship? Unless his brain was kicked by a donkey. However, after waiting for a long time, everyone realized that Qin Feng and Liu were still standing at the side. The originally fierce guards actually ignored this scene, and even Princess Lisa did not say anything. Welcome aboard this Lisa 1. Every year, I organize an international travel route. Tonight is the busiest night for this travel route. I've organized a banquet here. All the food and wine at the banquet are free. At the same time, I've also set up a bet at the banquet. Those who can last until the end of the bet will be invited by me to spend the night in my cabin tonight. When Princess Lisa spoke in English, everyone could basically understand her. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. Rumor had it that Princess Lisa was an outstanding beauty and was also the most favored princess of a certain large country in South Africa. Whoever could gain her favor would become the emperor's son-in-law in the future, second only to one and above tens of thousands. But soon, everyone recovered from their excitement. Princess Lisa actually did not punish the young couple? What was going on? Did he forget? All right, I now announce the official start of tonight's banquet. Everyone, please take your seats. As soon as Princess Lisa's voice fell, the group of guards had already stood up. The wealthy merchants and young masters also stood up one after another. Everyone looked at Qin Feng in astonishment. This brat really wasn't punished? Recreational zone number 1 was very big. Even if thousands of people gathered there, it wouldn't feel crowded. The hall was filled with dining cars with all kinds of delicacies and wines. Luxurious foods such as bird's nest, shark's fin, and bear's paw were as common as spicy strips on this cruise ship. Tonight's gambling match will officially begin. Those who want to participate in the competition, hurry up and sign up. You need to exchange 50 million chips to sign up. Emoda suddenly said. Next to the dining area was a large entertainment area filled with all kinds of card tables. According to the usual situation at the banquet, every time the game started, hundreds of rich people would rush over to exchange for chips to participate in the competition. However, the situation tonight was very special. After Emoda finished speaking, there was not a single person who went to exchange for chips. Cough, cough. I'll say it again. Tonight's gambling match will officially begin. You only have 10 minutes to exchange chips. Passengers who need to participate, please hurry up. Emo Da and the others didn't see the scene of Qin Feng scaring off the international gambling experts, so they still didn't understand the situation. He thought his voice was too soft and no one heard him, so he yelled at the top of his lungs again. However, after waiting for a while, no one came to participate in the gambling match. The group of wealthy merchants and young masters all glanced over. They all had expressions of anticipation and yearning, but they didn't come over. Emoda was extremely gloomy. He had followed a few ships, but this was the first time he encountered this kind of situation. Could it be that Princess Li Sa's charm was no longer working? Everyone, Princess Li Sa just told me that in order to thank everyone for their support for Lisa #1, the entry chips for tonight's banquet card game will be reduced from 50 million to 30 million. The time to sign up is 5 minutes. Everyone, hurry up and sign up. Emoda was stunned on the spot and didn't know what to do. Another guard ran over to save the situation. The original 50 million entry fee fell to 30 million. A burst of excited shouts came from the crowd, but the shouts quickly subsided. Everyone's expressions became even more gloomy. Emoda and the other guard were even more gloomy than the passengers. The entry chips had already been reduced to 30 million, but in the end, they still didn't see anyone sign up for the competition. Princess Li Sa's golden palanquin had already landed and was placed on the highest spot in the leisure area. Li Sa sat in the palanquin and didn't come down, but she was constantly paying attention to the situation in the leisure area. When she saw this scene, she also felt extremely gloomy. Since no one signed up for the competition, I'll take the lead. The silence in the hall was finally broken by someone. Qin Feng hugged Leah and laughed as they walked to the entertainment area. When Emoda saw Qin Feng, he was a bit afraid. Even now, he still didn't understand the relationship between Princess Li Sa and this Chinese man. Mr. and Beauty, welcome to the card game. Emoda didn't dare to neglect Qin Feng and Leah, so he smiled and invited them to take a seat. When everyone saw that Qin Feng had really participated in the competition, all of their hearts were filled with despair. Even the gambling king of this generation, Wu Hen, had to take the initiative to withdraw from the competition when he saw Qin Feng. How could they be Qin Feng's match? Cough, cough. There's already a gentleman participating. Are the others still not going to sign up? There are only 3 minutes left in the registration time. The first place winner of tonight's card game can spend a good night with Princess Li Sa. Emoda looked at the empty entertainment area and couldn't help but shout again. He even threw out the bait of spending a good night together. The crowd boiled over for a while, but it quickly quieted down. Who didn't want to see Princess Li Sa's face and spend a good night with her? But in terms of gambling, no one could beat Qin Feng. 3 minutes passed quickly. When the competition ended, Emoda and the other guards were dumbfounded. Qin Feng and Leah were the only 2 people sitting in the entertainment area. There was actually no one gambling cards at this banquet. This was the first time they had encountered such a bizarre thing since the Lisa 1 held the Sea and Sky banquet, causing Emoda and the other guards to be at a loss as to what to do. Since only one person signed up, then he is tonight's winner. The winner! Please come to my boudoir. The strange atmosphere was broken by a pleasant voice. As soon as Princess Li Sa's voice fell, the golden palanquin was lifted up by 4 strong men and had already left the #1 leisure area. The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. That was a chance to spend a good night with Princess Li Sa, but it was so easily taken away by Qin Feng. And in the previous years at the Sea and Sky banquet, which of the people who were able to see Princess Li Sa didn't spend $1 billion or even $10 billion to win the banquet card game and get the chance to spend a good night with Princess Li Sa? The clamor was like a wave, but Qin Feng acted as if he didn't hear it. After giving a few instructions to Leah, Qin Feng had already followed Emoda and the other guards towards Princess Li Sa's boudoir. Princess Li Sa's cabin was not in the same place as the public cabin that Qin Feng lived in. In fact, it was in the opposite direction. The closer they got to Princess Li Sa's boudoir, the more guards there were. "Mr. Qin, we're here." Moda's attitude towards Qin Feng was becoming more and more respectful because he couldn't understand Qin Feng at all. This young Chinese youth seemed to be hiding countless secrets. Qin Feng stood in the passageway and saw that Lisa had already walked down from the golden palanquin. Her entire body was shining with gold and silver jewelry. She wore a golden silk dress and a golden crown on her head. She entered the room as soon as she got off the palanquin. "Moda, bring Mr. Qin Feng in." Li Sa's voice came from inside the room. The group of guards immediately retreated and stood guard 3 meters away from the cabin. Moda respectfully brought Qin Feng to the door, but he didn't dare to go in. "Mr. Qin, please come in." Qin Feng walked into Princess Li Sa's cabin, and Moda closed the cabin door. As soon as they entered the cabin, they saw that it was glittering. The cabin was decorated with gold and jade. The interior of the cabin was huge, and one could not see the end of it. There were more than 10 maids standing in the hall, but there were no male guards in the room. "Bring Mr. Qin Feng to change and take a bath." Lisa's voice came from inside. There was a large pool over there, and it was emitting rolling mist. It looked like Lisa was taking a bath there. 4 maids immediately walked to Qin Feng's side and led him to another pool. The 4 of them personally helped Qin Feng take off his clothes and wash him. Their service attitude was definitely royal treatment. Half an hour later, Qin Feng was washed clean. When he walked out of the pool, a maid brought a clean golden silk robe and draped it over him. Then she led Qin Feng to the depths of the room. "Princess Lisa, Mr. Qin has arrived." After the maids brought Qin Feng over, they all obediently retreated. This seemed to be a place to sleep, but the space was also very large. It was more than 10 times larger than a normal bedroom. Lisa was lying on a large red round table. The round table was covered by a white veil. Looking through the veil, Qin Feng could faintly see Lisa's beauty. This was an outstanding beauty. Although she was the princess of South Africa and her skin was a bit dark, her figure was definitely first-rate. It was even slightly better than Lia's. Princess Li Sa's long hair fell like a waterfall on her shoulders. Her facial features were 3-dimensional and exquisite, and there was a red heart between her eyebrows. Her eyelashes were thick, and her eyebrows were slender. She lazily slept on the round table, causing a flame of desire to instantly ignite in one's stomach. "Mr. Qin is from China. I heard that there are many scholars in China, and I like poetry very much. How about Mr. Qin enter my tent and write poems for me?" Lisa's voice was extremely seductive. As she spoke, she moved her body. Her golden silk robe fell apart, revealing a pair of slender and beautiful legs. Chapter 1206. Qin Feng had been suppressing this question for a long time. He had wanted to ask Princess Lisa the first time he saw her yesterday afternoon. Behind the curtain, Lisa's expression changed slightly. After a moment of silence, she said, "Is this question very important? Is it more important than me spending the night with Mr. Qin?" "There's no need to spend the night with me. Although you're very beautiful, the women by my side aren't inferior to you. I have something to say to you, so answer my question first." Qin Feng's expression was indifferent, and his voice was emotionless. Lisa abruptly sat up straight and pulled open the curtain. This time, her peerlessly beautiful appearance was completely revealed to Qin Feng. "Have you changed your mind now?" Lisa sat on the round table with her skirt lifted to her thighs. That moving and charming scene was something that no man could resist. Even Qin Feng's heart slightly rippled. However, after a brief moment of absent-mindedness, Qin Feng calmed down. "I haven't changed my mind." Qin Feng indifferently swept his gaze over Lisa's long legs. They were indeed very charming, but Qin Feng didn't want to provoke the princess of a large South African kingdom. Lisa's peerlessly beautiful and charming face instantly became so cold that it was about to freeze. As the princess of a large South African kingdom, she had endless pursuers from a young age. They were all children of rich people or high officials. Growing up in such a rich and powerful royal family, Lisa developed great foresight and a thunder personality. She never thought that she would be rejected when she took the initiative to seduce Qin Feng. This was the first time in Lisa's 23 years of life that she was rejected by a man. Qin Feng, don't be so shameless when I give you face. You dare to reject this princess? Who do you think you are? Lisa's face changed so quickly that Qin Feng almost couldn't keep up with her rhythm. So you know me, but I don't think I've seen you before. Qin Feng was a bit angry, but more than that, he was puzzled. Could it be that he really slept with this South African royal princess? Was this woman here to get even with him? Indeed, we haven't seen each other, but you, young Master Qin, are famous. You've already crossed the ocean and spread all over South Africa. I've seen your photo and read your information, so that's how it is. Qin Feng understood. It seemed that this Princess Lisa was afraid of his identity and strength. No wonder she didn't make a move against him the previous 2 times. I don't care if you're the Azure Dragon of Huaxia or the strongest martial artist in Huaxia. I'm the king on this Lisa number 1 cruise ship. I want you to kneel and beg for mercy. From now on, you'll be my manservant and obey my orders. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die on this ship. Qin Feng, oh Qin Feng, I'm afraid of your skills. As a princess of the imperial family, Lisa's status and dignity were high and inviolable. Qin Feng's rejection of Lisa's seduction was like an invisible palm slapping Lisa's face, thoroughly enraging this arrogant princess of the imperial family. Faced with Lisa's threat, Qin Feng had a calm smile on his face. Princess Lisa, you're dreaming. I advise you to obediently listen to me. That way, I can consider saving your life. Qin Feng had come because of the Firebird. He wanted to tell Lisa about the Firebird's plan to hijack the cruise ship. Lisa, however, was still unaware. She suddenly sneered and said, "You want to spare my life? Huh. You Huaxia people are indeed arrogant. Don't think you can be presumptuous with me just because you're strong. I have 500 elite guards on this ship. I can order them to capture you at any time." Lisa was still an imperial princess in South Africa. She had no idea of Qin Feng's ability to represent Huaxia. She also didn't know the strength of Huaxia ancient martial artists. Otherwise, why would she say such ridiculous words? What was a mere 500 guards? Qin Feng could kill them with 1 slap if he exploded. I can't be bothered with you, woman. I came to tell you that there are bandits on this ship. They want to hijack the Lisa number 1. Hurry and inform your subordinates. Tell them to be on guard and cooperate with me to capture those bandits. Qin Feng was speechless at Lisa's arrogance, so he went straight to the point. Lisa was stunned at first. Then she laughed loudly. "Ha ha! You said someone wants to hijack my cruise ship? Ha ha ha! Are you out of your mind? This is my Princess Lisa's cruise ship. There are 500 of my elite guards on the ship. I don't believe anyone would dare to hijack it." Lisa was indeed an arrogant woman. She was so arrogant that Qin Feng wanted to slap this woman to death. Qin Feng suppressed the anger in his heart and continued, "I'm not in the mood to joke with you. The person who wants to hijack the cruise ship is the Firebird. You should have heard of this nickname, right? The Firebird was the number 1 drug lord in South Africa. Of course, Lisa knew about the Firebird, but in front of the imperial family, what was the Firebird? Lisa didn't care about this kind of drug lord at all. Humph! Don't randomly spread rumors here. The Firebird has the guts to hijack this princess cruise ship? So what if he has the guts? In front of my 500 elite guards, the Firebird can't even withstand a single blow. Lisa talked about her 500 guards at every turn. Qin Feng was so angry that he wanted to go out and kill all 500 guards. Then he would come back and ask this Princess Lisa if she was still arrogant or not. Crack! Just as the two of them were in a deadlock, the door to Lisa's cabin opened. Mord walked in with 4 strong men. Mord, who let you in? Do you want to die? Lisa was so angry that her face was deathly pale. She always covered her face with a veil in front of outsiders. Those who saw her appearance either died or wanted to marry her. As the head of Lisa's guards, Mord was very clear about the rules of their country. However, at this moment, Mord's abnormal actions shocked everyone. The female servants in the room all cried out in alarm. Haha, my beautiful and moving Princess Lisa, I don't want to die. If I really have to die, then I'll die on your body. I'll play with you until I die. Mord seemed to have changed into a different person. He actually had a playful smile on his face as he stared at Lisa. He was unrestrainedly sizing up the beauty and body of this imperial princess. Lisa was stunned on the spot. She felt like she was dreaming. This servant that she usually ordered around like a dog actually dared to be rude to her? What are you for, still standing there for? Hurry and catch Mord and throw him into the ocean to feed the fish. After Lisa came back to her senses, she was so angry that her chest rose and fell. However, the guards that came in with Mord didn't seem to hear Lisa's orders. They stood there with indifferent expressions like 4 stone pillars. Mord's smile blossomed even more. He actually walked towards Lisa step by step and stared at her chest, unable to move his eyes away. Princess Lisa, other than being born a bit better, what else do you have that makes me work for you? If you throw away your identity as an imperial princess, what do you count for? Can't you tell even now? I'm no longer your guard. I've followed Big Brother Firebird. Tonight, this entire cruise belongs to Big Brother Firebird. As for you, I'll have some fun first. Mord was usually ordered around by Princess Lisa, so he had a bellyful of dissatisfaction in his heart. Now that he had defected, he completely exposed his true nature and had already begun to take off his outer clothes. The maids in the room were scared to death. They hugged their heads and squatted on the ground, not knowing what to do. Lisa suddenly understood. Earlier, Qin Feng had told her that the Firebird was going to rebel, but Lisa had never taken it seriously. Now that Mord had started to defy her, Lisa finally believed this fact. Why you dare to insult this princess's reputation? Why you get out of my way? I'm an imperial princess. How can a servant like you spy on me? Seeing Mord take off his shirt, Lisa screamed in fright. However, Mord didn't have any intention of stopping. Instead, he became even more excited. Ah, Si Qin Feng, W, what are you still standing there for? Hurry and save me. As long as you save me and help me catch the Firebird, I can give you a lot of money and won't let you be my servant. Hurry and do it. Seeing that Mord was about to catch her, Lisa suddenly thought of Qin Feng. This person was China's #1 expert. He would definitely be able to save her. Looking at the current Qin Feng, he was leisurely sitting at a square table to the side and drinking fine wine. It was as if nothing had happened in front of him. Princess Lisa, I'm not familiar with you, so why should I save you? What's more, there's something wrong with your attitude when asking for help. I'm not your servant. Before, Qin Feng couldn't bear to see Lisa's princess sickness. Now was the perfect opportunity to properly teach this woman a lesson. Wasn't she just an imperial princess? Mord saw Qin Feng when he entered the room, but he didn't put Qin Feng in his eyes at all. He was deeply attracted by Princess Lisa's beauty and planned to play with this woman first before taking care of Qin Feng. You guys look after that Chinese pig. Don't let him run away. Mord shouted at the 4 guards at the door. 2 of the 4 immediately walked towards Qin Feng, but they didn't control Qin Feng. They stood behind Qin Feng like 2 door gods. Lisa was running around the room. Mord took off his pants and chased after Lisa while laughing. Beautiful Princess Lisa, don't run. I'm very fierce. I definitely won't disappoint you. You beast, hurry up and scram. If my royal father finds out about this, he'll definitely kill your entire family. Qin Feng, you bastard, hurry and save me. Otherwise, I'll have my royal father destroy you." Lisa still had the appearance of a Thunder Princess, but her fierce words didn't scare Mord or shake Qin Feng. "Haha, Princess Lisa, do you think you can live past tonight? I'm not afraid to tell you that Big Brother Firebird said that after robbing this cruise tonight, he'll kill everyone and throw them into the ocean. No one will know that Big Brother Firebird did this, and I won't go back either. In the future, I'll follow Big Brother Firebird to eat and drink well. I won't be a bullshit guard captain anymore." Mord's eyes were filled with madness. He was clearly tempted by the Firebird's money. Chapter 1207. Qin Feng, quickly save me. Let's write off everything from before. Princess Lisa had nowhere to retreat. Her sexy body shrank into a corner. Her arrogance had dissipated a lot, and she seemed to be slowly accepting the reality in front of her. "Haha, Princess Lisa, I say, is there something wrong with your head? That brat can't even protect himself, and you want him to save you?" Emoda couldn't help but sneer. He didn't know Qin Feng's identity. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have said these words. Lisa ignored Emoda. Her beautiful eyes looked at Qin Feng, who was sitting quietly in the distance. Now, only this man could save her. "Do you know your wrongs?" Qin Feng held a glass of red wine and carefully tasted it as if there was no one else around. Lisa was half dead with anger, but things had already come to this, so she could only swallow her anger and say, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so strong to you before. I should have believed your words. Quickly save me. We can be good friends in the future." Princess Lisa was so proud and noble that she didn't have any true friends in her life. She was willing to make friends with Qin Feng, which was already a big concession. Even Emoda was stunned for a moment. He even turned his head to look at Qin Feng, who was drinking, and thought to himself, who was this Chinese pig? Who could make Princess Lisa bow and scrape? "You too, kill that Huasha pig for me." Emoda really couldn't stand Qin Feng's leisurely attitude. He didn't put him in his eyes at all. With a command, the two guards standing behind Qin Feng had already made their move. One on the left and one on the right, they grabbed Qin Feng's shoulders. The maid who fell to the ground screamed incessantly. Lisa began to feel nervous. After all, she had only heard that Qin Feng was the #1 expert in China, but she had never seen Qin Feng's skills. He couldn't even beat two guards. Rumble. A muffled sound suddenly exploded on Qin Feng's body. Just as the two guards' hands landed on Qin Feng's shoulders, a huge wave of true energy surged over and instantly sent the two of them flying. The guards fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Their bodies were covered in wounds and blood. Everyone was shocked and didn't even know what had happened. What's going on? What are you two still standing there for? Hurry up and kill that brat." Emoda was so scared that his heart was beating wildly. He hurriedly ordered the other two guards to wake up. They immediately grabbed their spears and stabbed at Qin Feng. "Shoo!" The sound of the wind rang out, but it was too soft to attract the attention of the two guards. But in the next second, the spears in their hands suddenly fell to the ground, along with their palms. Screams immediately resounded through the roof. The eyes of the two guards fell to the ground. They couldn't understand how their palms could have fallen. The excruciating pain caused the two of them to faint. The room fell into a dead silence. Princess Lisa and Emoda were completely confused. The maids had all fainted from fright. Blood flowed in the room, and the smell of blood assailed their noses. It was as if they had fallen into hell. "Yes, did you do it? You dare to kill my people? You're done for." Emoda was so scared that his words were trembling, but he still wanted to pretend to be calm to threaten Qin Feng. Princess Lisa had already regained her senses. While Emoda wasn't paying attention, she hurriedly ran to Qin Feng's side. "Qin Feng, did you really kill them? Otherwise, you killed them?" Qin Feng looked at Lisa in disdain. This royal princess was too arrogant in front of him, and Qin Feng was a little dissatisfied with her. Lisa was extremely shocked. She was in this room just now, but she didn't notice how Qin Feng made his move. Was this the strength of China's #1 expert? With an expert like Qin Feng protecting her, Lisa was no longer afraid of Mo Da and the Firebird. You, how did you kill people? You! Mo Da didn't understand how the 4 guards fell. But at this moment, Qin Feng casually waved his hand and a white light flashed. In the next moment, Mo Da felt his wrist turn cold. When he instinctively looked at his hand, he jumped up in fright. Hand? Where's Laozi's hand? The wind blade was too fast, so fast that Emoda's hand was cut off, but he still didn't feel any pain. However, blood had already begun to spray out from the severed arm. The heart-wrenching pain also emerged, and the room was filled with Mo Da's pig-like screams. This is how I kill people, do you understand? Qin Feng looked indifferently at Mo Da. Mo Da didn't understand at all, but he didn't care about this right now. Although the pain of losing his arm made Mo Da wish he was dead, his heart was filled with even more fear. The young man in China in front of him was too strange. Killing people with just a raise of his hand? Wow. Qin Feng, why you're too powerful. How did you do it? Hurry up and teach me. Lisa was dumbstruck. She didn't sympathize with Mo Da, who had betrayed her at all. Instead, she excitedly hugged Qin Feng's arm and jumped around. The originally arrogant princess had now turned into a curious little girl. If the members of the royal family and the citizens of the country saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked blind. Be quiet, or else I won't care about you anymore. Qin Feng coldly glared at Princess Lisa. Lisa immediately pouted and didn't dare to say anything. Mo Da's screams finally quieted down a little. Qin Feng walked in front of him in a few steps. Where's the Firebird? How many people did you bring this time? When are you going to carry out the robbery plan? Qin Feng asked many questions in a row. Mo Da was obviously very afraid of Qin Feng. He was trembling in fear, but he stammered for a long time without saying anything. Whoosh! The white light flashed again, and this time Mo Da's other palm also fell to the ground. Qin Feng had killed countless people, and his heart had long been cold and emotionless. Not to mention, when facing an enemy, Qin Feng would never show mercy. Not long ago, Mo Da was still fantasizing about helping the Firebird rob the cruise ship and living a carefree life as a rich man. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have thought that after a few minutes he would become a cripple. My patience is limited. From now on, if you don't speak for every 10 seconds, I will cut off one of your arms and legs until you are cut into pieces. Qin Feng's voice was as cold as frost. Not to mention Mo Da, even Princess Lisa was so scared that her face turned pale. When she thought about how she threatened to make Qin Feng her servant, Lisa felt a lingering fear in her heart. This was a demon-like man. I said, Big brother, don't kill me, I'll tell you everything. After a few more seconds, Mo Da's psychological defense completely collapsed. In front of Qin Feng, a supreme expert at the first level of true qi, not many people could resist. Yes, it was Brother Firebird who wanted to hijack the cruise ship. Brother Firebird had planned this plan for a long time. He secretly contacted me a month ago and said that he would give me a lot of money. I was also momentarily bewitched. After Mo Da confessed, his mouth became unceasing. Qin Feng interrupted him with a cold face. Don't talk nonsense, just answer my questions. Mo Da's entire body trembled. He hurriedly organized his words and continued. Brother Firebird did not bring many people, a total of 50 or so subordinates. The robbery has already begun, and I am responsible for kidnapping Princess Lisa. After I betrayed him, I also roped in over 100 guards on the ship and gave the layout of the ship to the Firebird's subordinates. According to the time, the Firebird and the others are about to succeed. Mo Da's words gave Lisa quite a fright. Lisa had always relied on the 500 guards as confidence and thought that no one would dare to cause trouble on the Lisa #1 cruise ship. Who would have thought that the cruise ship would really be hijacked? It happened so quickly that Lisa could not even recover from her shock. Qin Feng had already expected this. With a calm expression, he said, "Have you seen the Firebird? Is it this person?" Qin Feng flipped through the photo of the Firebird on his phone. Emoda took a look and hurriedly shook his head. "It's definitely not this person. The Firebird is a local black man in South Africa. He's in cabin 1108 of this cruise ship." Cabin 1108? Qin Feng was momentarily confused. Wasn't that room the cabin of the fake Firebird? Could it be that the black man was the real Firebird? However, Leah had firmly stated several times that the Hong Kong police's intelligence would not be wrong. This matter was truly unfathomable. "Is the Firebird you're talking about the real Firebird?" Qin Feng asked. Emoda was stunned by the question. He looked at Qin Feng with a blank expression. "Big brother, this South Africa only has one Firebird. There's nothing real or fake about it. The Firebird I saw was real. He's been in South Africa for more than 10 years. I've known him for a long time." Hearing Emoda's words, Qin Feng was even more convinced that there was a problem with the Hong Kong police's intelligence. From the past few days of contact, Qin Feng also felt that the fake Firebird did not seem to be fake. "Big brother, I've told you everything I know. Please spare this little brother's life." Emoda suddenly knelt on the ground. He was so scared that his back was drenched in sweat. Qin Feng was too lazy to look at Emoda any longer, and said coldly, "If you want to live, it will depend on your own performance. Now, atone for your crimes and let your traitorous subordinates subdue the Firebird's people. After we capture the Firebird, I can spare your life." Emoda really didn't think that he would end up like this. If he had known earlier, he would not have betrayed Princess Lisa, even if he was beaten to death. How good would it be to be a safe and stable guard captain for the rest of his life? The Firebird and Qin Feng were both people that Emoda could not afford to offend. Emoda knelt on the ground and struggled fiercely in his heart. But after a round of comparison, Emoda was even more afraid of Qin Feng. This Chinese man had very mystical methods. He could simply kill people invisibly. "Okay, big brother, I'll go arrange it now." Emoda crawled up from the ground and ran out. Rumble, for fireballs suddenly flew out. Emoda ran to the door and suddenly stopped. When he turned his head, he saw an unforgettable and terrifying scene. Qin Feng actually shot out 4 fireballs with his bare hands and burned the 4 guards on the ground to ashes. Then the fireballs disappeared into thin air as if they had never appeared. "Remember, if you dare to betray me again, they will be your end." Qin Feng's voice was deep and cold as if it came from hell. Big brother, don't worry. Even if little brother is beaten to death by the Firebird's people, I won't betray big brother." Emoda was so scared that he directly knelt on the ground. If he was beaten to death by the Firebird's people, at least his corpse would be intact. If he offended Qin Feng, he would probably be burned to the point that even his soul would be gone. For the fastest and error-free reading, please bookmark this site to read the latest. Chapter 1208. Inside the lounge area of the Lisa No. 1 cruise ship, the scene had changed drastically. 10 minutes ago, all the passengers were eating, drinking, and having fun. Now, everyone was squatting on the floor with their hands over their heads. Some of the rich bosses even fainted from fear. The No. 1 leisure area had been surrounded. A group of strong men in black with guns guarded the area. As soon as they entered the house, they killed several people as a demonstration. However, there were guards under Princess Lisa among the robbers, which made all the passengers despair. Everybody thought that Princess Lisa had colluded with outsiders to rob them. The fake Firebird was sitting on the chair at the top of the lounge area with 1 foot on the chair and a pistol in his hand. He glared at the crowd like a tiger watching its prey. A man with Chinese appearance rushed in from outside. "Ah, Lee, what's the situation?" The fake Firebird's eyes lit up when he saw the man. "Boss, The whole cruise ship is under our control. Mord is the only one who hasn't received any news yet. Should we send a few people over to take a look? Lee said respectfully to the fake Firebird. Leah was also among the crowd. She kept looking left and right for Chin Fong. However, when she saw the conversation between Ali and the Firebird, she was puzzled. Even she felt that this black man was very similar to the real Firebird. Moreover, she didn't see any powerful person behind the fake Firebird. Could it be that Hong Kong's intelligence department was wrong? Whispers of discussion came from the lounge. The passengers who were held at gunpoint were gloomy. From the conversation between the Firebird and Ali, it didn't seem like Princess Lisa had colluded with these people. Could it be that these people had captured Princess Lisa? What kind of people were they? Everyone was aware of the crisis of the situation. This was a group of desperados who were not even afraid of Princess Lisa. This kind of people would most likely kill them after robbing them of the money. Thinking of this, the hearts of everyone on the ship were beating wildly. Bang! A muffled sound suddenly exploded, followed by a wave of screams from the crowd. The Firebird casually shot a rich woman. The rich woman's head exploded, scaring the crowd to death. Shut the fuck up. If anyone makes a sound, you'll end up like that woman. After firing, Firebird suddenly roared, and the chaotic crowd suddenly quietened down. Nearly 1,000 people had gathered in the huge No. 1 leisure zone. But at this moment, it was so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Mo Da is the captain of Lisa's guards. This brat is still unreliable. Take a few brothers to Princess Lisa's cabin and capture her for me. The Firebird looked at Ollie and said, "Got it, boss." Lee received the order and immediately left the leisure area with a few of his subordinates. Firebird, on the other hand, had already stood up and strode into the crowd. Big brother, don't kill me. You want money, right? I'll pay you however much you want." As soon as the Firebird entered the crowd, it caused another wave of exclamations. Everyone fled in all directions as if they had seen a demon from hell. Among them, a rich man in his 60s knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Halfway through his sentence, another gunshot rang out. Bang! A shot hit the old man's head. The bloody scene scared everyone and made them scream. But before they could scream, they covered their mouths and covered their mouths. One by one, they squatted on the ground and didn't dare to move. I'm a man of my word. I'll shoot anyone who dares to make a sound. The Firebird killed without batting an eyelid, completely intimidating everyone. When Leah saw this scene, she was so angry that she almost jumped out and grabbed the Firebird, but in the end she calmed down. With her skills, there was no way she could subdue the Firebird's gunmen. If she angered the Firebird, then more people would die. The atmosphere quietened down once again. The Firebird walked around the crowd and suddenly said, "I know that you are all rich people from various countries. This time, I hijacked the Lisa No. 1 cruise ship for money and not for your lives. As long as everyone is willing to transfer all your assets to my account, I can spare everyone's lives." Just as the Firebird finished speaking, a few brawny men in black walked into the crowd. Some of them carried large sacks of cash and gold and silver jewelry, while others carried POS machines to swipe their cards. Everyone was frowning, as if someone had died in their family. Those who were able to board the Lisa No. 1 were all rich and powerful people. They were afraid of death, but they also cared about money. Now, the most difficult choice was placed in front of everyone. Either they died, or they didn't have any money. It was too difficult to choose. You don't steal my money. I'm a representative of the island. My status is very high. Do you believe that I won't call the police to arrest? The underlings had already started to move. But when they started to snatch the money, they met with resistance. However, before that person could finish his sentence, another gunshot rang out. The Japanese man instantly fell into a pool of blood. This time his money was gone, and his life was gone as well. If anyone dares to resist again, you can do it yourself. The Firebird killed 3 people as if it was stepping on 3 ants. It had already leisurely returned to its seat to rest. After the group of lackeys received the order, they all took out other pistols from their waists and loaded them in front of everyone. "Big brother, don't kill me. I'll give you the money." The Firebird's effect of killing one to warn 100 was very good. After the island man died, the remaining passengers no longer dared to resist because they would only die. The process of robbing money became very smooth. Rather than robbing money, it was more like the passengers took the initiative to give money to the Firebird. The dozen or so sacks that the lackey brought were all bulging, and now he ran to find new sacks. However, the real big money was the transfer of money. According to the Firebird, everyone had to transfer 1 billion to his card, or else they would die. 1 billion was not a small number to these passengers. Some of them only had 1 billion in total. But in the face of life and death, everyone could only obediently transfer the money to the account designated by the Firebird. "Stinking bitch, are you deaf? I told you to hurry up and transfer the money. Do you believe that I won't shoot you if you continue to dawdle?" The lackey who collected the money had already arrived in front of Leah. Leah's heart was filled with anger, and her face was so cold that it was about to freeze. "I don't have 1 billion. Even if you kill me, I don't have it." However, Leah was not afraid of these robbers. If not for the fact that she had been waiting for news from Qin Feng's side, Leah would have already made her move. However, what Leah said was the truth. Where did she get $1 billion? Even if she was beaten to death, she wouldn't be able to take it out. Humph! You want to play dumb with Lousy? Then go to hell and pretend. The lackey's face turned cold. The pitch-black muzzle aimed at Leah and prepared to shoot. Leah's jade hand, which was hidden behind her back, was about to make a move, but she heard the Firebird ask, "What's going on?" "Boss, there's someone who refuses to pay again. I'm going to shoot him." The lackey's index finger suddenly hung on the trigger, not daring to pull it. The Firebird glanced at Leah, and when it saw Leah's beauty and sexy figure, its eyes shone with a green light. "There's no need to kill that woman. She's obviously a young model who wants to earn money on the ship. Even if you beat her to death, she wouldn't have $1 billion. Bring her over here. I have nothing to do." The Firebird immediately set its eyes on Leah, causing Leah to sweat profusely. The lackey pointed his gun at Leah and threatened her to go over. Leah did not resist. It just so happened that she could get close to the Firebird and capture this guy alive. "Hee. I never thought that there would be such a beautiful girl on board. Let me kiss her." Just as Leo approached the Firebird, he could not hold it in any longer. He opened his arms and pounced forward, but just as he arrived in front of Leah, a fragrant wind blew. Leah had unknowingly appeared behind the Firebird. With one hand pressing down on the Firebird's arm, she directly pressed him to the ground. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They were all stunned by this scene. The passengers were trembling in fear. No one would have thought that such a beautiful woman would dare to attack the bandit leader. "You, what are you doing? Hurry up and let go of Lousy." The Firebird was also stunned, but it quickly regained its senses and cursed at Leah. All of the lackeys woke up from their stupor. Dozens of guns and spears were pointed at Leah. Just that scene alone was enough to scare an ordinary person half to death. "Cut the crap with me. Do you believe that I won't break your neck?" Leah pressed down on the Firebird with one hand and pinched the Firebird's neck with the other. Although this woman was tall and sexy and did not seem to be a threat, Leah was a high-ranking inspector in Hong Kong. Furthermore, after Qin Feng had helped her cut her hair and cleanse her marrow, the current Leah was a martial artist of the 3rd level. "Bitch, are you crazy? Let go of our boss, or I'll shoot you to death." The group of lackeys were stunned by Leah's bold actions and began to threaten Leah. However, Leah was not afraid at all. She suddenly increased the strength in her hands and shouted at the Firebird, "Quickly make them put down their guns, or else you will die immediately." The Firebird could already hear the crisp sound of his neck bones. Even his breathing became difficult, and his face turned purple. "Everyone put down your guns. Quick, quick!" The Firebird's voice had also changed. It took him a lot of effort to shout out a complete sentence. The group of lackeys stared at each other, and in the end, they could only throw their guns on the ground. "Now, can you let me go now?" The Firebird said. Lee slapped the Firebird's forehead and roared. "You wish, you dare to kill people on the ship, and you still want to have ulterior motives towards me? See how I'll take care of you. I'll ask you a question now. Answer me honestly, or else I'll strangle you to death." Lee had single-handedly subdued the Firebird, forcing the hundreds of robbers to put down their weapons. This scene had already stunned the passengers, and they no longer knew what to say. The Firebird was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, but he had no choice but to listen to Lia's words. Lia impatiently asked, "Who the hell are you? Who is your boss behind the scenes?" The Firebird obviously did not expect Lia to suddenly ask these questions, and a hint of vigilance flashed across his eyes. "I am the Firebird. I don't have a boss. I am the biggest boss in South Africa." "Pow!